I think coming in here saying, I know you didn't push the live back is diabolical work. I think, I think that is diabolical work. Hi, everyone. How are you all doing? I don't know if you can hear me. Drop a one if you can hear me. I don't know how to do any of this. I came back and what do you call this? Um, StreamYard has absolutely changed. I don't know, like, what is happening. I don't know what is happening. Hi, everyone. How are you doing? How are you all? Let me know if you can hear me. I'm trying to figure out. Apparently, there is a way to make the comments come up on StreamYard, and I'm trying to do that. Um, I don't know how to do this. Let's go into. Does anyone know how to add comments to the screen, or did I like legit make that up? Is that a thing that can happen or no? Welcome back, everyone. And no, I did not. I didn't. Did I? uh, hey, Sober Bobo, I haven't seen you in a while. Good day, Themis. Hello, chat. Hope everyone is having a wonderful day. We can hear you, sir. All right. So now that my sound is good, mm, I don't know how to add comments to the show comments on. Oh, here it is. Live comments from viewers will appear on screen during your stream. Keep the conversation going and make your audience part of it. All right, cool. So your conversations will be forever saved on my screen because it's going to be popping up here. Okay, period. Look at that. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I am so happy that you all are here with me. One. Two, I missed you. I missed you. I missed you all. My eyes are a bit blurry. I am tired. I've been laying out in the Japanese sun. Um, there's so many things that I want to talk to you all about, but I will make some videos over the weekend and kind of put them out next week. I missed you all. I missed you all so much. My traveling should be done for this month. I will not be traveling at all this month, but I cannot promise you that I will be here fully next month. Yeah. I have a question. I have a question about sort of dating and relationships, but I think that I will let that go for now. And we can get into some discussions on Love Island. Um, Two things. The first is I know that a lot of you already watch Love Island, and I think the consensus online is that whenever you start talking about Love Island, you should say, "Oh my God, I can't believe I wasted that much time. I should have been doing something more important with my life, and this is the last time I'm gonna do." I ain't doing none of that. I enjoyed Love Island. I enjoyed every minute of it. I have never watched Love Island before, ever in my life. And so to watch an entire season, I was fully immersed. I was I was fully immersed, fully captivated, fully seated. I felt like I wasted no time. I was very much in tune. It was entertaining, and I will not give the disclaimer. I will not give the disclaimer that somehow this was I don't know, like there is this revulsion to accepting that I enjoyed that I enjoyed that I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. Now, the reason I enjoyed it is I don't look at these people on the screen as people. I see I'm gonna reiterate this. I see them as brands, as puzzles to sort of move around. And I don't really care about an authentic. I don't really care about any of that. I think it is all entertainment. I think they're all liars. I think that they are all pretending. I don't believe anything that comes out of it. I think it is all scripted. And that's that on that. I watch Love Island like I read the Storm Chronicles, right? The the Way of Kings, right? Like I read it like I read a fictional book. I watch it like I read a fictional book. So if you all are invested in these characters and in these people, your feelings will be hurt because everyone, most of them except one, will be getting dragged at some point. Like most of these people will be getting dragged tonight. Most of them will be getting dragged tonight. Now, another thing is Love Island is degenerate. Love Island is a degenerate show. The indulgence in the most hedonistic way of engagement is a problem. Um, One man had a full on cold sore. Now, I watched an interview where he's saying that it wasn't a cold sore. He popped his lip and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. I ain't seen you pop your lip. I didn't hear you pop your lip there. So while I was watching, all I saw was a big old cold sore on your mouth while you were tonguing down some girl. And Alandria was the one getting kissed, I think, by the man with the cold sore. And I was shook. I, I was I was shook. I mean, it is what it is. So if you guys are super invested in these people, I'm very invested. Let me be very clear. I'm very invested, but from a very standoffish perspective. And no, I'm not looking up on them, any of them in awe. I'm looking down on them and seeing who I can move around in the mud. Like that is all I'm doing. I don't have the kind of connection to these people that I think a lot of people have. I enjoy all of the foolishness. And yeah, I'm treating this like any other reality show. So please get your feelings out, check your feelings at the door. We are just here to have fun. I wanted to make a live stream where it was low stress coming into it. So here we are. All right. Disclaimers out of the way. Someone said it wasn't a cold sore. Look, you all can take the chance and kiss someone with a full-on exposed crackage on their lip. You can take that chance, but for me, I'm just gonna go ahead and assume it's a cold sore. I just, I'm just gonna go ahead. I'm just gonna go ahead and assume it's a cold sore. If you don't think it's a cold sore, beautiful, amazing, love that for you. But what I saw, I'm just gonna say, yep, cold sore, no parts. And it's not just like one person have a cold sore and you kiss that one person, so both of you all are sharing whatever virus is happening. No, 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 no. It's not just that. It is one person has a cold sore. You kiss that one person kiss someone else, and you kiss someone else, all in the span of under a minute. So like it's like spreading whatever that one person had all around to everyone in the house. And it, again, straight up, the whole thing is degenerate. If you are so glued and tied to any one person on this show that you're out here being a keyboard warrior fighting for them, you need to probably get checked. You're chronically online and you should probably go get help. Ain't nobody got time. There is not one person that on there that I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to war for this person. Absolutely not. But I did enjoy, and I have my faves and the people that I want to win and the people that I hope have other reality shows because they're very entertaining. And that's that on that. Okay, so let's start. I'm going to hit the intro. There is like a blurring happening. I don't know if my camera is bad or if I look bad. I don't know. So here we go. Let's hit the intro and let's get started. All right. So, not Love is Blind. I mean, should I be big and make that small? I don't know. I don't know. But let's get into it. Get into it. Yeah. All right. So the first thing I wanted to talk about has nothing to do with the show, or maybe it does have something to do with the show. But I think that it is imperative that I put this up front before we get into the show, right? Um, how do I start? This is slightly boring. Give me like 2 minutes of your time. I realize that this is kind of endless entertainment that prevents a revolution, pain, engagement with systems. I think Love is Blind, like most reality TV show, is a kind of escapism. And when we talk about, there's a book that I read, and this kept popping up all over YouTube, which has never happened to me before. While I was about to talk about Love is Blind and I was sitting down to do this PowerPoint, and this is not real PowerPoint. I just have pictures of people, so it triggers my memory to talk about what it is that I wanted to talk about. There is this book called Brave New World, and again, I was in uni when I read this book and reviewed this book. And for some reason, videos about this book kept popping up on my YouTube algorithm like randomly. I've never looked up this book online, and I didn't follow any of the content creators reviewing this book. Anywho, I had to go back to check some of my notes on the book, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. The book essentially is about, it's by a British author, Huxley, Brave New World, and this was way back. He was talking about a world where pleasure becomes a kind of prison, where instead of having people locked up and beaten and enslaved, because when you pressure people too much, they revolt. Another way the elites attempt to hold people under captivity is by giving them pleasure. So pleasure becomes a kind of prison, right? Where you eat what you want to whatever extent you want, you watch TV, and you never have to engage with the fact that the world is falling apart. And that you might not have health care and the school system is broken. Like you're not engaging with systems, rather, you're engaging with a kind of escape from all the detriment and the ills of society. It reminded me similarly of, I don't know if you guys watch The Matrix. It reminded me of this guy named Cypher in the Matrix. Remember the guy who like betrayed the entire team because he wanted to be plugged back into the Matrix after taking the red pill. He regretted taking the red pill and wanted to go back into the system. Anywho, it is this idea that there are some of us who would prefer to be lulled into complacency and into sleep in an effort to not have to deal with our real world problems. In the book that we are talking about, Brave New World, there was a substance, I think it was a drug, called Soma. And people in the book would take the drug if they felt lonely, if they felt hurt, if they felt bad. It is a way to bypass the actual work you have to do to be a better person and just take it and change your emotional state. Huxley was talking about a world in which people no longer cared about why they are here, their purpose, how to make life better for other people, how to care for other people. All that we individually cared about is our own pleasure. And the impulse we have is to figure out how to make our lives better. And so we are in this like 5-star resort, but that resort, even though our pleasure needs are being met, it is a prison. And the prison prevents us from reflecting on broader system, not thinking about others, feeling like it's easier to have other people do the thinking for you because you don't want to think, and so you have to escape into something that is less burdensome. And I think the idea is that mandatory pleasure is itself some kind of prison. This political apathy and lack of engagement also is a kind of prison. You don't hold the government accountable anymore. The bigger questions aren't being answered or asked. You don't care about injustice. While unemployment is at an all time high in the US, I think this is the first time since 2021 that there are more people unemployed than there are jobs available for them to be employed. Freedom is discipline. And you need some kind of discipline to be free. If you follow all the impulse that you have to get all the kind of pleasure you want, then you ultimately end up in a place where you are trapped by your base instinct. The populace in this way is easy to control because of pleasure. Disagreements on social media blow up because that's your only outlet, and it's not really significant, but it feels significant instead of arguing about, I don't know, public policy. I think the lack of individuation, which is reckoning the bad parts of you with the good parts of you and becoming a whole human being, becomes something of the past, right? Now, for me, that book is very important. It is very useful. And it also underscores the way that we engage with Love Island. Now, as a person who really used Love Island as a way to escape, completely escape from any kind of real engagement with the world and what was happening and how much people are losing their job, how people are not able to afford groceries, all of that. I think it would be inconsiderate of me, one, it would be wrong, and it would be me misusing my platform if I didn't highlight the deeply concerning way that Love Island has occupied public space and pushed out the Epstein lists, pushed out the unemployment conversation, pushed out the government engagement with health care, pushed out the unemployment rate, pushed out the lack of access to quality education and food and homelessness and all of that. I think it would be absolutely wrong, right? There is a conversation going on around Haiti that I want to be a part of. And the fact that we do not know how to engage with Haiti as one of the first Black republic to overthrow people who came in and enslaved and used and abused, for it to be the first Black nation that overthrew slaveholders and then had to pay hundreds of millions of dollars back to France and then borrowing money from France because France had shipped in front of Haiti. And then borrowing money from France to pay France and borrowing money from the US to pay France. All of that, I think, engages in a deeply geopolitical way that I don't think we care enough about. I don't think we care enough about Congo. I don't think we care enough about what's happening in the Middle East. I don't think we care enough. And I think we should. And going forward, I will also attempt to integrate more geopolitical engagement on the channel. I will. And it's also for my own education. So this is my attempt at holding you, the audience, and myself accountable for about what we're about to engage in, which is absolutely nothing. We're about to engage in the most useless form of content creation ever. And to make up for that, you have to hold me accountable, and I have to hold you accountable for engaging more usefully in the world. All right? Now that that's out of the way, now that that's out of the way, and we have engaged because all them videos popping up on my channel meant that I needed to engage with this at least somewhat. Now that that's out of the way, let's get into the mess. Sorry, I don't know why y'all laughing at the chat, but now that that's out of the way, let's engage in the mess. All right. The first thing I want to say, let me let me see her face because I don't feel bad for what I'm about to say. This girl, Vanna is her name. She and Grayson came out. Now, yeah, she is 21. At the time of the picture you see in front of you, this young lady is 21 years old. This is the best picture I could find of her. This is the best picture I could find of her. And she went online with her friend to tell us that the black girls on Love Island got preferential treatment. And you could tell that because they had better quality videos on Love Island. There is a suggestion that the black girls got filters and she didn't. Now, she did look like Buffy. No, 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 no. I'm not going to be mean. I said these are characters, but they are also humans, and I don't want to add to any kind of hate. It is interesting to me that she has problems with everyone besides her plastic surgeon. Like, I don't understand how you gonna be out here dragging everyone for you not looking good on camera. You're gonna drag everyone but your plastic surgeon and your makeup artist. How is that? How is that something you can do? So thing one and thing two, Grayson and Venom came here talking about the camera favored the darker skinned girls, and the darker skinned girls got preferential treatment. On what universe, what planet, what state do we have camera developed to show black women in a better light than white women? That we've never seen that. We've never seen that. Now, let's be very clear. Let's be very clear. When she did show up on my camera, I was very confused because she was supposed to be one of the bombshell or one of the new cast. And I was sitting there trying to figure out why, how, when, and where. If you watch Love is Blind, I am not going to play any of this, but if you watch, not Love is Blind, Love Island, you knew the moment she walked on there, and now she's the Crimson Arrow Chin is a. That ain't right. That ain't right. That ain't right. Sorry, what? She's out here talking about the darker skinned girls. The darker skinned girls were preferred on camera. Meanwhile, these two girls, let me show you. Hannah and Iris. I mean, Iris has something going on with her lips. I don't know. Iris and Hannah was eating the girls up. Iris, Iris and Hannah were out there eating the girls up. Even what's this one's name? Grayson, who was on the live with her, they looked fine online. They looked fine. I mean, Shelly just looked better, like a lot better. And that's no hit at them. It's just like this is one time that the camera captured a bunch of black women who looked amazing. All of them looked amazing. And you were mad. I don't understand. Anyway, I found that really annoying, and that was one of the videos that came out. And mind you, she's online arguing about how the camera did not make her look good and she's actually beautiful in real life. And I'm sitting there wondering why she's filtered to the gods. In the video where she's arguing, she is filtered, her chin is like one with her neck because of how much filter. Let me show you. I won't play the video because they're playing music in the background, but I will play it without the sound. That's what I'll do. This is her. Bird. Now, if you are beautiful and you're God's gift to earth, right? If you are beautiful and you're God's gift to earth, why are you filtered to the gods? If you want to show your beauty, if you want to show everyone how beautiful you are and how amazing you look and the camera didn't do you justice, wouldn't you come online and show how beautiful you are without the filter? Go get all the way out of my face. Yeah. Okay, we get it. We don't even know where your neck ends and your chin begins. Ain't nobody got time. So I was very annoyed because what she's saying is not true. It's not based in facts or feelings. It's very strange. And this is the height of entitlement, where you cannot believe Black women were received well and look good on camera. So much so that you have to come back and make up a story about preferential treatment and potential filtering for Black women on a TV show. Where they do that at? So absolutely not. All right. So that being said, I need to get to this trigger warning. I think before I continue, I need to get to this trigger warning. So here we go. Yeah, trigger warning. Let me say this, and I said it before. If you are emotionally attached to any of these people, please check the door now. I have learned in my time. I went to Japan and I did my little meditations. Um, I am online doing what I want to do, how I want to do, when I want to do it. I don't care about a view anymore. I don't care about, I just like engaging. And I'm going to operate the way that I want to operate, how I like engaging. And that's just that on that. So if you're emotionally attached to these people, please check the door. Know that I love you. You can come back and you don't have to worry about being here to help me in the algorithm. None of that. If you want to be here, be here. If you don't. Because I'm not about to cuddle these people. I'm trying to be respectful to them. But if you're overly emotional in the comments, please don't type. If you disagree, please drag me for filth. I love that. Shelly and Olandria, I call Olandria Ola, were at the reunion talking about publicly addressing hate. But I think now Shelley doesn't want to publicly engage with her hateful man. And that for me is rubbing me the wrong way. The Munchkin and Shelley, America don't like them as a couple. I don't like them as a couple. The only couple I think America hates more than the Munchkin and Shelley would be Taylor and Clark because of Olandria. And I want to say, do not piss me off, Shelley, because your man is out here talking all kind of mess, and I'm gonna need you to speak up ASAP, no Rocky. And I don't care what y'all think. Let me be very clear. People are like, oh my God, you need to leave Shelley alone. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We're talking about brands coming together, brands doing what brands do out here in this world. Shelly is a brand on her own. She's a brand with Ace, and together they have a brand. We're not about to sit up here and say, oh, Ace gets to talk mess and Shelly gets to pretend like Ace didn't just talk some mess and post pictures with Ace and not address the foolishness that Ace just said. Any interview that Shelly does from here on end should include a question about what Ace said. The point blank period. There is no reason for you to be up here in an interview talking about your friend's relationship and not telling your friend what you think about their relationship. And if you have a secret that the relationship is not good and Olandria, who is your friend, does not know about that secret, it is your responsibility to tell her about that secret and not everyone else. You are trash. You know you're trash. Ain't nobody about to try to cuddle your feelings. It is trash. And I'm talking about Ace. Olandria might be checking him privately, but it needs to be public. Like Shelley said, you talk about me publicly and then try to DM me. I don't care nothing for that DM. The engagement, the apology should be just as public. Point blank, period. Ace is a hateful little man who thought that he was going to be the star of the show. There's something everyone has talked about, and that's a problem. That is a problem. That little munchkin is a problem. He has anger issues. Ace has anger issues. I do also want to talk to the men on, this is me talking to the men on Love Island. Come hither. For all the men who have ever been on Love Island, I don't really care about the rest. Season 7 of the US version of Love Island. Come. None of you, there is zero of you men that are interesting, that have anything to say, that is useful. It is not about you. I'm going to repeat this at some point later, but it's all about the women. It is all about the women. You guys are add on to the women. The women are it. They're the ones we care about. Y'all are just there, taking up space. Good space, but taking up space. So the moment any of these men think that they are the star, it's going to become a problem. And Ace thinks that he's the star and don't know his place, and that's a problem. And as much as we pretend like we like Nick, that is because of how well we think he treats Alondria. When it comes to this reality mess, it takes a special kind of man to be the it girl, and none of these Love Island men are it. Now, A, step back and let Shelly's face card pull all the deals. Like, how do you stand beside someone who looks like Shelly and not realize that you need to go back to the back? I just don't understand. Like, if I'm standing next to Shelly, I just know that, well, it's gonna always be Shelly. Have you seen that girl's face? have you have you seen her face? How you gonna be next to that woman like that and not know, look, girl, I'm probably gonna need to step back. Someone said, "Oh, but I like Nick." Good luck. Good. Nick about to get dragged. Let me be very let me be very upfront. Nick is about to get dragged. The way Nick moved in that show was slimy. All of the women reviewing it like, "Oh my god, I love Nick. I love Nick. Oh my god." You can love Nick now, but Nick moved like a terrible, terrible person. Nick was trying to explore everyone in that villa. That man has been trash, is trash. I don't care nothing about what y'all gotta say. Now, I hope he grew up because people are like, oh, he seemed more mature now that he's out here with Alandria. And I'm like, oh, no, period. Oh, period. I'm here for that. I'm here for that. But like, we're not going to pretend that man wasn't running through a. Everyone comes into the house. Nick is telling them he's ready to explore. Literally everyone. I'm sitting here because I I watched Love Island after everyone else, so there was a lot of discussion happening, and it was concerning. I thought I was going to watch it and be like, "Oh, Nick is such a good guy. Nick is so amazing." I'm watching. I'm looking at Nick just running around trying to dip it and doing with everyone who watched. Nick literally left the first idiot. Nick left the first person he was paired with because she did not want to put out. Let's be very clear. That's why he left. And that girl, we'll get to it, started kissing everyone and zipping it and zooing it to show that she can be fun too. And I'm just watching this poor Christian girl out here just doing just begging for attention. Oh my god. Anywho, so it is Alandria and it is Shelly. We ain't got no time for no one else. These are the leaders of the show. These are the breakout star. Alandria more so than Shelly, and people stop liking Shelly because of Ace. That's it. That's all. Oh, we're going to talk about her because the only person I hate the only person I hate listening to more than Bella would be Taylor and Austin. I don't know. I don't know why those people were allowed to speak on my television screen. I don't know why these people. I don't need to look. I don't know why these people are on my television screen speaking, on my computer screen speaking. All right. So let's talk about the main pop girls. Let's talk about the girls. Let's talk about the girlies and to break them down. So Shelly, Shelly is easily my favorite person in the first half of the show. As soon as I saw her, I was like, in love. As soon as I saw her, I was like, ah, well, that's her. That is Miss. That she will be crowned. When I saw Shelley, I was like, well, she's gonna be crowned the next Miss Love Island. Like I saw her and I was like, all right, period. Eight down. Love her. She's that girl. Um, the face card never declines, and I was obsessed. I think she had both the men and the women gagged. Like the women, some of the women who are questioning Sierra in particular, and all of the men really, really wanted them some Shelly. Everyone wanted them some Shelly. Shelly was that girl. She had them gag. Whatever the it factor is, I think. Look at her. Whatever the it factor is, she got it. Visually, I think she and Chris made a better couple. If you don't watch, you would know who Chris is. He was in there for all of 2 minutes, and then had Huda dragged him through the mud. Finally, the funny thing is, Huda is the one who left him. We'll get. Let's leave. We go and table Huda for a minute. We'll get to Huda when we're at Huda's space. I think Ace dragged this woman down on the show and in real life. Um, but I must stick a pin there because I think Ace is her problem. Her biggest branding problem is Ace. But she also said in the first couple episodes that she likes a man who takes over a room. So I guess she got Ace. As short as he is, Ace said he's 5'10. And ain't no, I do not believe that. Unless I see Ace, I'm just gonna say Ace lying. He not no 5'10. Ace look a good 5'7. Ace is giving Ace is giving a good 5'7. I think my biggest, she said she was a day trader, right? I think Shelley said she was a day trader. I think that I'm not going to tell y'all why. I think that's my biggest red flag. But when Shelley said she was a day trader, I was like, all right, y'all about to get mad at me. Here we go. Alandria. Alandria was a slow burn for me. You know how they like saying the word slow burn? When Alandria realized that her man don't want her. When Alandria, get it, when like, I'm not laughing at her. I would never. I think she's beautiful, amazing, and she's my favorite one on the whole show. Now, after the show, she's my favorite, and in the second half of the show, she captivated my heart fully. But when Alandra come out talking about she's a slow burn, I'm trying to figure out if that was before or after that man showed that she heated. She is beautiful, but I think that her maturity is what I really like. The way that she is very graceful throughout, there is a way she moves her body, there's a way she engages when she's upset. There's this very elegant way that she moves. I not only in the show, but I think in the world. I don't think that's something that you can I mean, it's something you can teach, but I don't think it's something you perform. I just think it becomes a part of who you are. So I was instantly a fan of her branding. Whatever it is that her branding was, this elegant Southern Belle person that is like top model-esque, like it was giving what needed to be gave. I felt like she was about to be in for some mess from production. And I'm glad I was wrong. And I think I was wrong. I don't think she was in for some mess. I think Alandria put herself in the mess. I think that is a hot take. I think that is a hot take on the internet. I think that is a hot take on the internet. That Alandria, any mess that Alandria put herself in, she put herself in it. I don't think it was production that put her in the mess. I think she put herself in the mess, and I'm gonna explain it now. Um, I don't care what Ace said about like production tried to sabotage her. I think Taylor was supposed to be dumped. I think Taylor was supposed to be in there for a minute, but Olandria's Taylor worship saved Taylor, and that is her fault. No one else. When she had a choice between Jalen and Taylor, the fact she chose Taylor is her problem. Everything after that is her problem. everything, everything after, everything after choosing Taylor over Jalen is on Olandria. Point blank, period. Because there's no reason. There was no reason for her to do that. I feel like I'm trying to be nice about this. I'm trying to be nice. To have a mush mouth like Taylor play you is an L for you. I think to have a mushmouth like to have a mushmouth like Taylor play in your face is an L that requires deep reflection from you. I think that's my opinion there. Like, I'm not even sure Taylor can read. Like, I'm not, I need a second. Taylor wasn't upfront. Taylor was very upfront with her. Taylor did everything. Taylor did absolutely everything to show this woman he was not into her. I don't know. Taylor, it is as soon as she chose Taylor over Jalen, it became a her problem. I was sitting there pissed. I am on the plane. I think the parts of the Jalen part I was on the plane for. And I'm still trying to figure out. I'm like, production is really out here trying to save this girl. Jalen was brought on specifically for Olandria, who was talking about wanting a country southern man. And all she had was Taylor. And production went, I don't know where they went to find this truck driver. I don't know how they found the truck driver, but they went and found this truck driver and said, "Here you go." We went and we found an attractive Southern man who can speak in complete sentences, who is all about you, and we're going to give him to you, and he's going to be here for you to choose from so you can see what it's like to be at least thought after versus whatever is happening with you and Taylor. And she go and say, "Yeah, I'm gonna choose Taylor." Nah, that was on her. I love how America did stand up for Olandria and voted for Jalen to be with her, but in truth, she did all that to herself. Like, while Taylor will be getting dragged, I think, from me at every corner. Every turn Taylor take, there I am dragging him. Let's be every turn that Taylor ever take, I will be the you do not make yourself a doormat, especially for a mushmouth with excessive acne, no muscle, and the most obnoxious follower type personality in the villa. Like, Taylor is the mushmouth, weak, useless person. Like, how did you? In the beginning, the minute Olandria chose Taylor, I just gave her an L. It is what it is. As soon as Olandria chose Taylor, I gave her the biggest L. I was like, you saw that man, and you were like, "Yep, that's the one." The boy can't even speak. The only person worse than Taylor in terms of communication is Austin, and partly because I think Austin is not fully the only person worse than Taylor is Austin. Let's be very on communication, and I think there is a reason for that. Like, Austin, like, stopping mid sentences and not finishing. The difference between Shelly and Olandria, because Shelly was with Austin, but the difference is Shelly just was with Austin to like get to the finals. Shelly ain't want Austin. When production gave Olandria Jalen and she spat in their face, trying to pretend she was loyal and didn't want to give a bad impression, that loyalty was worship and insecurity, and it pissed me off. it sure pissed me off. You should have just let that man go. Ain't no reason to have kept that man. There is no reason why Taylor should have made it to pick Clark. None. Y'all talking about production didn't like her, and they went in they went in and they made Olandria look bad. They did not. Olandria made herself look bad after Jalen. She stood firmly beside Taylor. Though, one thing I will commend her for, while she was doing that foolishness, I do commend Olandria as she did keep her head high and she maintained a kind of dignity somehow. I don't know how. Through it all, she maintained that dignity, and I find it very endearing to like be going through a kind of a rejection so publicly while maintaining your sense of personhood. And it never, at no point, even when she dragged him for filth, at no point did I feel like she lowered herself to begging. And I appreciated that. Even when I was upset with her desperation, she maintained a poise and self possession that is almost, I believe, impossible to do. And I appreciate that. I want to say here that I believe, let me be very poetic. No, I'm not. Love makes fools of us all. I do believe that. And so it's not just that you were a fool to love someone, but I think it's how you deal with the cards you were handed. And I think again, she should have chosen Jalen, and that's an L for her. But overall, she did what she had to, and I did like the way that she performed and was graceful. Um, Her refusal to be dismissed as a supporting cast member is chef's kiss. I'm like, I think it's easy to relegate someone like Olandria with her experience to being like a sidekick. And for the first half of the series, she was not a main character. She didn't really have a presence because of who she was with, and the fact that she was not sought after. She did not have this big bombshell moment. She was pretty much pushed aside, and I think that's probably why so many people are anxious and annoyed, because the person who was supposed to be the side character, the sidekick, rose up from the ashes and was reborn as the biggest star of Love Island ever. And I think a lot of people are mad. I think them girls on TikTok talking about the camera preferred and the camera this and the camera that. I think the real reason they're mad is because the person that was supposed to be brushed off as a side character that they think, oh, she's just here, became one of the, not one of, the biggest star that Love Island has ever produced. And I mean, if I were them, I would be mad too. I'd be mad. I hope she is really capitalizing on this moment. No more talking. I think she said one thing the other day that pissed me off though. She was like something like being a dark skinned person being loved by a fair skinned person is going to heal the world. Yeah, don't say no foolishness like that ever again. I forget how young they are. I forget how young they are. So when they say things like this and piss me off, I have to remember that these are really young people. When I said she pissed me off 4 days straight, I was pissed off. It was taken out of context. In no context. I watched that interview. I watched the interview. That was not taken out of no context. She said it. She said it. I'm giving Elijah grace with that comment too. Me, I mean, I have to give her grace because I do like her, but I was like, girl, absolutely not. Anywho, is there anything else I wanted to add before I continue? Oh, this. Do not come at me. I forgot about this. Because there are people who are like, oh, she said she was changing her dating strategy and she was not wanting to cut people off at the first. sight of something wrong. That is why she stayed with Taylor. No, from my perspective, this has nothing to do with like why she stayed with Taylor. She was operating from a place of desperation. And let's not hide the truth for some kind of niceties. Like she was operating from a place of desperation. Ain't nobody want Taylor. And she should have been cut him off. Like, we're not gonna do that. Oh my god, the reason she stayed is because she no, 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 no. Absolutely not. No, not doing that. All right, let's get to Huda. Um, she's the villain. I think she's the most obvious villain, but Ace is also a villain, right? But she's one of the villains of this season. She single handedly carried the first half of the show. Without her drama and her crashing out, the show might not have been as entertaining for me. Like every second, this girl is crashing out on someone else, dragging her man. She's the soft, sweet, submissive woman that they wanted, and she dragged Jeremiah for filth. I started actually feeling bad for Jeremiah after how Huda was dragging him. Huda has a chip on her shoulder. I think she is ashamed of being a mother in the setting that she's in. She speaks highly of her daughter, but she seems to be aware that the stigma around her on there was with the men who were not going to outwardly say it because they were on TV, but she also weaponized her motherhood when it's convenient for her. Like she will tell me, "Oh my God, I can't believe he did that after I told him I was a mother." Girl, what does him doing whatever he did and cheated or choose someone else have to do with you being a mother? Well, why are you trying to get sympathy points using your mother? Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. A similar thing that she did, that Bella did, as an immigrant, it is very difficult to listen to someone use an accent, let's call it an accent of a subculture within the Black community. I don't know how to take that. It's giving like Bucky, a Buckwild from Flavor of Love, more Bella than her. But there are times when they dip into this very strange dialect. And as an immigrant, I don't know what to say about it. It just seems very weird when people do it. It's always been weird when people do it. I don't know. The black scent is for Elisha performance. Yeah, they were giving girl, they were giving Bakwa. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Oh, speaking of immigrants, why did the BBC have an article write up about how Nigerians, and Nigerian women in particular, love and are defending Huda? That's giving embarrassing. I read the article and y'all were in there defending Huda, talking about Huda not this. Huda is toxic. Huda is toxic and emotionally abusive. And while it is true, when Huda said she was a single mother, I had a soft spot for her. I even liked her initially because she started like dragging the men's the men them. I don't care how beautiful you think she is. Huda, from my perspective, seems like someone who is emotionally unstable. And that is a problem. I don't think while we can enjoy the entertainment for entertainment purposes, and I'm hoping she's playing it up for the camera, but if she is actually this unstable, if she went through a bunch of trauma in her life as a child, this tend to be what happened where the person feels the the way you think of yourself and the way you act when they're so deeply inconsistent, it's usually a trauma response. Like that, I've never not my psychology 101 class says that a person who's like, I am a kind, sweet person, while also being very mean spirited, flipping people off, cursing people out. When your actions are so inconsistent with that which you say you are, it tends to be a person who do not see or can see how inconsistent they are being. I that tends to come from trauma. and a willingness or wanting to like cover themselves up, shield themselves. And I do find it deeply sad that if this is true, that there was an exploitation of her deeply emotional, unstable self, you sort of feel responsible for her wanting to explain away her actions. But in truth, while you can justify, explain her bad behavior, you shouldn't. And I think this serves the people who defend her, serves only to enable her. The fact that the entire villa of girls held her secret showed that the entire villa of women actually liked and cared about her. Even when she was attacking and emotionally dumping on everyone, everywhere, people should have been fearful of her, for like fearful for their safety, because she seemed real unhinged. They made room for her, they cared for her, they protected her, they defended her, and then she come out here talking about she was bullied. Yeah, she was bullied by the men, but none of them women bullied her, and that's some foolishness. That is some foolishness. I actually really despise the discourse around her and the fact that she believes herself to be the biggest victim in the house, where she was the biggest bully for the women in the house and Jeremiah. she, she bullied that she bullied that man. She poor I want to say poor Jeremiah. I won't say that fully yet because I'll get to it. When the men kept trying to throw her away, when the men tried to throw her away in the villa, the women consistently stood behind her. I don't believe that Huda has the capacity for friendship with women, not even Amaya, who is delusional in believing that Huda likes her. I had a friend like Huda before I did. I was safe. I also have a like I have firm boundaries, and I think she believes there was more to gain remaining my friend. So we were good until I had to step away because of how she treated other people. And I let me dig into my Psych 101 bag for a second. Please take everything I'm about to say with a big block of salt, not a grain, a big block. I think that Huda is someone with deep trauma, maybe even some of the worst violations possible. She does not know how to soothe herself at all. She cannot take responsibility at all. And she becomes easily overwhelmed with her emotions, and she has to project that onto everyone. I think maybe the people who really like her feels protective of her because they realize that comes from a deeply hurt, a wounded place. Whenever she's lashing out, she like creates the problems herself, and it's almost like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy where she's like, she sabotages her relationship to prove to herself that they were gonna fail anyway. I think she wants to be good, and I think she believes she is a good person, but she prioritizes her feelings so much that she can never really focus on someone else's feelings if she's hurt. When she's hurt, I think all she sees is her own hurt and nothing else. And she will justify whatever it is that she does because she hurt, not realizing that while she's hurt, she can be causing hurt to other people. And it is so frustrating to watch. It is so frustrating to watch because it's not even fair. And then while she's causing harm, she has a victim mentality where she thinks that she's the victim, but also believe that she's strong and she had to be strong while victimizing other people. So she is strong in her head. She's also the victim, and she's causing hurt, victimizing people in her path. It's a wild thing. It is a wild ride, and it's so inconsistent that I'm just gonna go with there's something wrong with this. She probably hasn't gone to the through the kind of therapy and work that she needs. Again, who she says she is and who she is are drastically different, completely different. That kind of split, I think, only happens in trauma, but I don't know. I don't do psychology like that. The victim impulse she shows, the inclination towards victimhood is also weird because she is a bully. Like she's straight up, and I'm talking about her bullying Jeremiah. I'm talking about her bullying Jeremiah. She dragged that man for Phil. This lady went and asked another man to help her make pancakes, and then dragged Jeremiah for letting the man make her pancakes. And I was like, yeah, it would be over. Even at the reunion when she was talking, I'm trying to remember this. It felt like she didn't really understand what was happening. She didn't really address any of the concerns people had. She just kind of sat there and said, "I love you. I love you." Like it instead of addressing and being better for her friends, she just tells them that she loves them without really providing any action behind her. Huda called herself, I think, what did she say? She was like, I'm emotionally mature. That's what she keeps telling the men's like, oh, dating me is fun because I'm emotionally mature. And I think Huda telling people she's emotionally mature is nasty work. I think I think Huda telling people she's emotionally mature is absolutely nasty work. When she said about Jeremiah that what is mine and she doesn't like people touch it, that kind of possessive behavior is also a problem. Like, anyway, I don't know why Huda thinks that she likes Jeremiah. I don't know why she thinks that because she don't let him speak. She does not engage with him. She does not respect him. She does not care about him. I think she likes that he's attractive and other people want her and she has him. That's it. Let's see who is next. Oh, girl, Bella. No one cares. Loud, obnoxious, and annoying. And for Yalissa, she wasn't. Yalissa wasn't there long enough for us to care about her. No. Amaya Papaya. She only likes Jeremiah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. She is a case study. I wish more people should. I wish more people would engage with her deeply, like psychologists online, as opposed to like, yeah. So Amaya is annoying. Let's make her big because she's the winner. She won. Um, mm, she wasn't in the original cast. So Hannah and Sierra weren't in the original cast either, but they were also important. So I need to put that out there. But let me see. How do I describe Amaya? Amaya is only relevant because the world felt bad for her. Is that wrong? Is that weird to say? Is that true? Drop a one if you agree, and drop a two if you disagree. If you agree with me, my statement is that Amaya is only relevant because the world felt bad for her. Like it is out of pity that she won. Drop a one if you agree, and a two if not. Oh no. I believe Amaya and Huda are similar. Oh, they can come off similarly. Huda, I think, is emotionally unstable. That's my belief about Huda, right? But what that means is she's easily overwhelmed with emotion, and it's usually negative emotion, like anger, right? I think Amaya is might not be emotionally unstable, but she's overly sensitive. Like she's a very sensitive person, and she's also overwhelmed by emotion, but her emotion is her go-to feeling is sadness, right? And so they kind of look similar on the surface, even though the expression of emotion is different. But Amaya does not let anyone talk. When she's sad, it's just her and she just goes off and says what she says without anyone being able to understand anything that she's talking about ever. But I can understand why people find her endearing from an outside looking in, right? But I cannot believe the person that she ends up with if she's not able to control her emotional outbursts and the anxious attachment that she has, the kind of anxious attachment she has, if she don't know how to control it, I feel bad for whoever is going to be with them. Because it's so overwhelming. It is so, she is overwhelming. It is, and she's like, oh my God, I'm not gonna change. And the girls are hyping her up, don't change, don't change, don't change. Be yourself is not an excuse to not get help and develop as a human being. It is absolutely diabolical for you to sit down with your friends, your girlfriends, and tell them, oh my God, don't change, you are that girl, you don't have to worry about it. No, you need to change. Yeah, yeah. No, your emotional load is for no one else but you. Ain't nobody got time to be sitting here babying you. No, you need to grow up. Am I is only relevant? I'm not going to repeat that. I'm not going to repeat that because I also wanted to see her win and be validated because, again, I felt sorry for her and she is overwhelming. And it felt like she was just a ball of emotion. Like it's like an open nerve that just like reacts to absolutely everything. The expectation, again, that other people manage her emotion is too much. And she does not seek help regarding her emotions. Emotional sensitivity is a beautiful thing, but you do have to be able to, like, I don't know, regulate that. Dumping everything you feel on everyone around you is draining for those around you. Even if that's positive emotion, like she's like, oh my God, and she's kissing all over Austin and throwing herself on Austin. And I could tell that it was innocent, but it was just revolting. And he was revolted when you're getting rejected by Austin that no one wants. When Austin rejecting you, you have a problem. The problem is in you. I don't. That ain't right. You might love her and want the best for her, but you have to tell her the truth. Be yourself, love yourself, but you also have a responsibility to be mindful of others. Your emotional triggers are valid, your sensitivity is valid, your feelings are valid, but it is still for you to carry. It is your burden, not everyone else's around you. Because sadness and crying are where you are on the emotional spectrum, Huda Anchor again, it doesn't take away from the toxicity. And I find her engagement very toxic. It is what it is. She does not listen like Huda. She had emotional outbursts unreasonably like Huda. Her anxious attachment is very obvious like Huda. She is unlike Huda in that I think she is actually a sensitive person, whereas Huda, I believe, is unstable. Again, let me be very clear. I'm just talking to talk. I'm talking to talk. Please note that this is what I'm reacting to. This comment is what I'm talking to talk. This is just my observation. It is what it is. I took 2 psychology classes and they're doing a lot of work. I think where I can forgive a lot of Amaya's toxicity is that I think she's genuinely like that. I still think that she needs a lot of help regulating her emotion. When she said, this is who I am, I think it was the phrase she said, it doesn't mean you can't improve. Um, from a group psychological perspective, the men were more interesting, I think, in terms of like who is the queen bee than the women, which is very strange. And we're going to get to the men now. Actually, I think I want to get to the men now. And I think the next slide is the men. I think from a group perspective, psychologically, I guess it's a social dynamics or sociology, but it is interesting because the mean girls and who is the queen bee and the backbiting, it actually genuinely occurred with the men more than it did with the women, which I found very interesting. The men were some of the petty, backbiting, backstabby. I want to be the head, be in charge. Like they were moving the way that we generally talk about high school girls moving. And I found that fascinating. It was fun to watch. Ace being the leader. and Nick. And Nick. Because while Ace was out here thinking he's the leader, it was Nick the entire time. Let's go to it. So that's typical male behavior. Yeah, let's get into it. Oh, Sierra and Hannah. I don't know why I put them here. I, the thing about me is I have this idea in my head that like having pictures up that having pictures up will trigger my memory, and it has been working so far, but I don't know why I put them here. So let me say, Sierra girl, I wanted to like you. I liked you while you were on the show. Not sure what happened. I the fact that you kept seducing Nick and making sure you kept Nick was actually, I think it was actually a very interesting study in control and manipulation. I think it is a study in controlling your man. Whenever I saw Nick with Sierra, Nick never felt fully there. Nick never felt fully there. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say whatever Sierra is doing to these men's and some of these women, whatever she's doing, she has full control over what she's doing. I don't know what it is, but whatever she's doing, she's doing. Um, Hannah just walk around kissing everyone, cheating on everyone. I'm actually very interested in how many times Hannah has cheated. You know that game they played where they're like, "Oh, how many times you cheated?" If Hannah was there, I wanted to know how many times Hannah cheated. And because the way Hannah was moving, it was like, I shouldn't be here. I'm committed to Charlie. But let me go kiss Pepe and figure out what's happening, what's up with Pepe. She came back. Hannah came back crying to Charlie, like, yo, I am so sorry. We were there and we just ended up kissing. I'm sorry. It will never happen again. You know, I'm here for you. I choose you, blah, blah, blah. 2 minutes later, she back there with Pepe again, kissing, making up with Pepe. And I do find it fascinating that it seems like she does not want to, like, they're not together. So it's not technically cheating, but I'm going to use the word cheating. She doesn't want to cheat. From what she's saying, she doesn't want to cheat on Charlie with Pepe, but she kept doing it. she kept, and then she got surprised when we voted Charlie off. I'm saying we as if I voted. When America voted Charlie off, girl, you ain't want that man, and that's fine. You ain't gotta want him. Play these men. All right. Hannah was. Wait, what? Yeah, how do y'all know that about Huda? Well, if she is, I wish her all the best. Huda girl, if you're watching, I ain't say it. The chat said it. I I ain't said it. The chat said it, apparently. So please aim all of that somewhere else and not over here. Thank you very much. Thank you kindly. All right. So the main characters for the men. Let's start with Ace. I think putting his name on his back told me everything I needed to know about him. He is loud and annoying. He's an obnoxious collection of manosphere, talking points, and passport bro type guy. It did not miss me for a second when A sat up there talking about, oh, these women ain't it. I just thought I was gonna have to go overseas to go find a partner. I'm sitting there like, why y'all didn't send him overseas? Like, why y'all let him be on the, you got one time to talk about you had to go overseas to go find a partner. You have one time, a singular time. So for me, Ace, no, girl, hang it up, flat screen. The fact that y'all like him baffles me. The fact that the collective of Black women content creators online are attempting to defend this man, making all kinds of excuses for this diabolical manosphere passport bro type man is wild. The thing is, I did want to like him. I really tried, but the Amaya situation was a problem. And I actually love seeing men try to set boundaries. I think that is a good thing. More men should treat their body as a temple. What he was doing was not that. I think, and I would argue, that he was rude, dismissive, and controlling. These weren't boundaries, this was control. And he has a problem with controlling women and men. The one good thing, the one thing about equality for him that I can say is that he did not just want to control women, he wanted to control them. You can say he just wanted to control women. That would that would not that would not be correct. He wanted to control both the men and the women's. So we're not gonna sit up here and pretend like, oh, he was just trying to control women. He was and mind you, when he kissed Amaya, I forgot which content creator pointed this out because I didn't notice it at the time. But someone online, I'm so sorry, I'm stealing your content. Whenever I get something from another content creator, I like to shout them out. But like, I didn't write this down. I just watched someone else's content and they pointed it out. It was some white lady, but I forgot. They were, I think they were a smaller content creator too, so that's not good. But they paused it, and when he was kissing Amaya, he was actually looking at Shelly, right? And it was the content creator was pointing out that this was an attempt to make Shelly jealous, and I never really noticed that. So I appreciate whoever said that. That was not my did not catch that, but after you showed it to me, I saw it. So thank you. Amaya was being used to make Shelly jealous. In this view, speaking down to Amaya and pretending to set boundaries were all sort of like a play. Like he used her to make himself feel better and to use her against Shelly. And I think that was trash. Um, Amaya would then take that out on Shelley, which is another problem. But the entire thing, starting from him saying that his family started from the bottom and they were all sleeping on one bed with his mother and he grew up in blah, blah, blah. This is a Waffle House. Okay? This is a Waffle House. Ain't nobody care. Nobody have time. Ain't nobody have time for you and your foolishness, girl. Austin been drinking too much. Girl. Right. Uh Christopher Columbus and his explorations disease. Period. He needs to grow up. He has some growing to. No, let me stop. I find Ace to be annoying, self-centered, egotistical, but more than all of this, his contradicting narrative about who he is versus what he does bothers me. Like in a way that should not. Everything he does feels performative, like he's holding some dusty frame. His good deeds, for some reason, seems hollow. It's like empty gestures to build an image that feels deeply inconsistent with who he is. Like you don't do all these good things for people and pretend to care about people while at the same time dragging and disrespecting people, manipulating people, and like attacking Jeremiah out of nowhere. I feel like all of them boys were jealous of Jeremiah, but we'll get to Jeremiah when we get to Jeremiah. Because I think that Jeremiah had these men shook. I think Ace is the Timu version of Jeremiah, and it pissed him off. He is the short Timu version of Jeremiah, and that pissed him off. Yeah. If Ace did not believe in Nick and Olandria, if it was all produced, he need to be an actor, I believe, because he was hyping them up. There were very many videos of him just hyping them up. Even on the show, he was telling Nick to go after her, that they look good together, that he could sense something with them. He did all of this. So him being the producer's pet feels deeply inconsistent with the idea that he stands on business. Ain't no business he's standing on when what he says and what he does is so deeply inconsistent. That whole Speedy Gonzalez foolishness interview that he did, where he pretended Speedy Gonzalez came out and pretended that Ace told him something that confirms that Nick and Alandria were fake, but Alandria did not know, and Alandria was her friend. Girl, why aren't you telling Alandria this deep secret that she does not know that proves that her and Nick were not really together? Why? Because none of y'all together. For my purposes, none of y'all together. For my purposes, all of this is branding. Ace is a messy degenerate who does not know how to sit in his back seat and eat his food. He does not like the fact that he's in the back seat where he belongs, and that's a problem for him. So he comes out messing up everyone's branding, including his own. He's only friends with you so long as he's on top, or he believes he's on top, and he's leading you. And that is a problem. If Nick is your friend, you do not come out and speak that way. The fact that there are people up here like just, oh my God, he's just telling truth and he's not standing on no kind of business. He's a liar. Either he's lying then or he's lying now. He's a liar. Ain't no business to stand on. Like, what do you mean? Oh my God, he's just standing on business. Also, why y'all disrespecting the English language like that? I'll get to that when I get to it. Talking about, oh my God, he's standing on business. Stop saying standing on business. Who is next? Nick. All right. No, I know y'all. I know you all like Nick. No, I'm not going to pull my punches. I didn't pull my punches with Ace. Nick is a try-hard who is inauthentic but strategic. That's how I would describe Nick up front. Feels like Nick wants to dip it in everything and try everything. Look, it feels like Nick want to dip it and do it with everyone on that show. I don't necessarily dislike Nick. It was just odd to watch him outsmart Ace and play them all. Post Villa, Ace crashed out because he realized he was not in control of Nick at all. The way he controlled Taylor. I mean, Taylor easy to control, they're just useless. Nick was doing better in public than Ace, and I think Ace does not understand because Ace, idiotic self, put all of his manipulation on full display while Nick is in the background. You want to know something really interesting? While Ace was fighting every battle, Nick was being strategic and strategically choosing his battle. He only overtly was confrontational with Huda, right? In one of the scenes, I don't know if y'all remember this, but actually, Nick provided his ideas and like his mentality. This is where he provided his mentality. So, in one of the scenes, he was talking to one of the girls, and in one of the scenes, Nick said that he was dumb and was like, oh my God, even a monkey's smarter than me. That's what Nick said, right? And then he went on to do this metaphor. I don't know if it was a hippo, but he was saying that the lion is seen as the leader, while the true leader is like the hippo or something. I don't know. Whatever animal he said was the actual leader. It doesn't matter. The animal doesn't matter. What does matter is the way that I think Nick was showing that he sees himself as the leader in the background, the true leader, while everyone looking to Nick Ace as the leader. I don't know if y'all caught that, but as soon as he said it, because in the moment you were telling people you were dumber than a monkey, right? You are not going to just use this metaphor and explain yourself in this way. Like, it just feels deeply. I don't think Nick is as dumb as Nick looks and acts. I think Nick acts like he's dumb, but he's not that dumb. That's what it's giving. So I kept my good eye on Nick. This was merely a statement of truth for me, and he sees himself as the leader. And I think he's actually very insightful about this. Nick is either your best friend or which, if he's your best friend, he's your most strategic ally or your worst enemy. I don't think if Nick is in your corner that you have to worry, but if you're not, girl, you might have to worry. I think Nick played ace. I think Nick played ace, and I'm gonna tell you how. Y'all remember on that? I'm gonna bring this up when they were voting to kick Jeremiah off, which was jealousy. It was disgusting. It was useless, right? And we watched them deliberate. And Nick said, do y'all have the tape of me telling them not to vote Jeremiah off? In that tape, he never did that. He never tell them not to vote Jeremiah off. What Nick did was he knew that Ace and Taylor, well, Taylor don't really have an opinion. Ace wanted Jeremiah gone. Taylor doesn't really have a foot to stand on. He's kind of useless, spineless, irrelevant. So he's going to go with whatever Ace want him to do. And they were like, oh, we should get Jeremiah off. What Nick did was Nick said, I actually think Jeremiah should stay. But it seems like y'all already have a consensus, so y'all just vote. So he goes. That's not a defense. That is not a defense. That is you having plausible deniability. That is you saving yourself in the public eye because all of y'all were friends with Jeremiah and y'all turned your back on him, stabbed him in the back, and instead of sending Austin useless self home, Austin should have been the one who went home. Y'all sent Jeremiah home. Nick, before all of them realized, Nick realized that this is a terrible decision in the public eye, and he saved himself. Nick said, oh, y'all want to send Jeremiah home? I wouldn't do that, but because y'all already gonna do it, okay, I'll just do it with y'all. Where's the defense? Where is the defense of your friend? Why aren't you telling why we should send Austin home? Why aren't you telling us why we should send anyone home? Why are you pretending like you were defending him, but you never provided a defense? We ain't dumb. Ace and Taylor might be dumb, but we, the audience, saw you and we're like, I'm watching the reunion. I'm like, why does he want the world to see this clip? Oh, because he wants to pretend like he did not want Jeremiah to go home, but his hands were tied. He had to wash his hands of it. No, that is insane to me that he got away with that. It is insane. And Jeremiah dumb self, like let's be clear. Jeremiah been dumb, right? But Jeremiah came prepared to defend himself. My boy Jeremiah went home and did research on love bombing. Jeremiah, yeah, they did that man so dirty. They did that. They did. I'm crying. I'm crying because it's wrong. It is so. What they did to Jeremiah was so absolutely wrong. Like as a group of men, they literally turned on him, and he did not know how to defend himself because he loved their men. At one point, Jeremiah said, "I'm losing Huda, and I'm okay because I'm not losing my boys." And I'm like, the same boy that's been dragging you at every turn. Ace has been trying to get in Jeremiah's head this whole time, which meant that Jeremiah been living rent free in Ace's head. Anywho, anywho, Jeremiah dumb self sitting up there talking about, oh, thanks, Nick. Thanks, Nick, for what? That man ain't defended you. That man did not defend you. So yeah, I felt bad. I felt bad. Anyway, let's go to Taylor. Ah, the fact that I remember this, how you knew I made these slideshows because the fact that I knew Taylor was next is wild. All right. Let me defend Taylor in one quick sentence because I see the rainbow flags coming in. I think calling Taylor gay is out of line. Even if he is something, we don't know what that is. And I think speculating is wrong. This is the only defense I will give to Taylor, right? Like I feel like in the black community, being gay is one of the worst sins you can commit. And so I'm not willing to say, oh my God, he's gay. But it is what it is. So that's the help. That's that's the only help. I don't understand how his arms are that small in proportion to his body, but that's none of my problem. Can we say that's the let me tell you, this man is a trash person. And the reason I think he's a trash person is not because he's evil intentionally, but because he's weak, easily manipulated with no sense of self. I might much rather him be evil outright rather than whatever pathetic thing he actually is. It is very, very disgusting for me to engage with him on my screen. He is defined by his friends with nothing to stand on his own. It's so pathetic. Like, sir, please be so for real. You are a grown man following behind Ace like you never had a father. Like, ugh. Ola would have to carry him like she carried every single conversation with him if they ended up together. In truth, Olandria never listened to him. If she did, she would realize he had nothing to say. He had nothing to offer in conversation. While a better speaker than Austin, it is not by much. They are both fighting at the bottom of the same literacy class. On a dumb planet in a dumb city by a neighborhood with a dumb house in a dumb attic by a dumb corner talking to each other. He is the definition of a follower through and through. I get we have to follow sometimes. Like we all have to follow, right? But why do you have to be so pathetic? Like I'm actually kind of disgusted. Thankfully, again, it was following Ace like another black man and not like, I don't know, TG or whatever that man's name is. It's very annoying. He annoys me. All right. Jeremiah is a. I'm trying to find a way. So I'm every time that one of them come up, I try to find a way to describe them like that's all encompassing, and it's harder for Jeremiah. Jeremiah is a voiceless man who was. Can I say he was emotionally abused by Huda? I don't know if I can say he was. I believe he was emotionally abused by Huda and disrespected by the cast. I wanted to find sympathy for him, but I sense anti-blackness in specifically in his response to Adriana, the bombshell that came in. So it's very difficult for me to like him or defend him with the kind of anti-blackness that came from him in response to Adriana coming on and him explaining what it is that he liked. Yeah. I think that while I dislike that he finally found his voice at the reunion and not before, I'm not sure I care about him as a brand. As one of the most attractive men in the house, I think he might easily be the most attractive man in the house. I'm surprised at his insecurity and lack of confidence in his interaction with other men. I do know, like for attractive women, there is like sometimes a willingness to overcompensate as women who are beautiful around other women because you don't want to intimidate other women. I didn't realize for men that also happened. And it felt like he was deeply insecure around other men and couldn't stand up for himself. Though, to be fair, they are not very good, these men aren't very good speakers generally. Until the reunion, he was just not able to speak up. And I do find it weird. I was so sad for him while it was before I picked up on his colorism, I actually felt really bad for him. Ace, again, is the shorter Timu version of Jeremiah, and I think that's why Ace was mad at him. I think the moment, remember when Huda came up and kissed him in the first peering, and Huda was standing beside him, and then Yalissa came up and tried to kiss him, and he said no and turned his cheek. Ace has used that moment against him to say it's love bombing, right? And I think Ace had to redefine the moment in his head because Ace felt shorter than him or fell short in comparison to Jeremiah because he thought he should have done that. In fact, Ace in that moment said, "Oh crap, I effed up." Right? When Jeremiah told Yelissa, "No, I'm not going to kiss you on the mouth, I'm going to kiss you on the cheek because I already picked a girl that I like." Jeremiah, when Jeremiah did that, Ace literally said under his breath, "I effed up." How are you going to say I effed up because Jeremiah did the right thing and then use that later on to say that Jeremiah was love bombing Huda? Ain't no love bombing. That's the part that I don't understand. There is no love bombing. And the fact that Huda is out here came back, "Oh my God, he love bomb me. He love God, ain't nobody love bomb you. You've been begging that man to show up. You beg that man to do things for you. You beg that man to cook for you. You literally was begging that man to do it. Ain't no love bombing. There was zero love bombing. In that relationship, Huda was toxic, trying to get him to do things. If he was love bombing you, he would have done some of those things, at least in the beginning. Ain't no love bombing. The fact that Huda, I think Huda saying Jeremiah love bomb her is a prelude to the fact that she goes with whatever the larger discourse is around other people instead of actually standing in her truth and say, "You know what, he didn't love bomb me because I didn't even think he loved me." He ain't show, obviously love bomb meant you did love, but he did not do anything to indicate that it was love bombing. Someone said, "Please explain Jeremiah's colorism." Oh, you need to go watch that episode where Adriana showed up. He was like, "Yeah, these featureism is specifically the thing." But he was like, "Yeah, I prefer Hispanic women. And those are my real type because I like their skin," I think he said, "and their hair." And I was like, hmm. And I'm not saying he's full blown colorist or featurist or any of that at all. I'm just sitting there and I'm like, that's an interesting thing to point out. I remember specifically him pointing out her here. And that's why I think that. So while I'm not going to straight up say he's a colorist or futurist or whatever, and the whole fetishizing her, um, I did find it off putting enough to not be a stan. I did find it off putting enough to not be like a no. Um, what else do I want to say? I think sadly he's a boring person. I I think Jeremiah is boring on my TV. At least Ace manipulate and is seemingly fun playing the game, watching Ace like be the devil. But Jeremiah just boring, girl. Like he's a model with a roommate, and ain't nobody got time for nothing that Jeremiah got going on. Like, no, absolutely not. Um, Taylor. Like, what can I say about Taylor outside of he dumb? The only man to really confront Ace in the villa was Taylor. Well, it's Austin, sorry. I don't know why I just said Taylor. And so he earned points from me for confronting Ace. The thing is, I think he had energy for Ace because he liked Shelly. And that's what I'm gonna go with. But he was right, and unfortunately, words aren't his thing. Like he's not good with words. So because of how bad he was at communicating, Ace dragged him for Phil. Yo, this man tried to confront Ace. They, Austin, Austin tried to confront Ace, and Ace dragged him for filth. Ace weaponized everything about everyone else and called Amaya in there because he had mistreated Amaya, forgetting that Ace also mistreated Amaya. Everyone essentially mistreated until Amaya became America's favorite. All of the men were mistreating Amaya. None of the men wanted Amaya. None of the men wanted to be around Amaya. They all said absolutely not. And then she became the number one. And then they tried to like get up in like they tried. Nick did not disagree with Ace a lot. Nick was very specific in his disagreement with Ace. Nick played Ace. I think Nick is the best player. I think out of everyone on that show, Nick was the best player. I think Ace thought he was doing the whole manipulative thing, right? But Ace knew who he wanted to get out and that he was going to do whatever he needed to do, kiss whoever he needed to kiss to stay in the game. And that's just that on that. Nick was in it to win it. Whatever it was he needed to do, he was gonna do. And that's how I see Nick. Um, I think that Austin being the pinnacle of like white male beauty and still no one wanted him is something that needs to be understood. Because I think a lot of the time people think women only care about physical attractiveness, but everyone disliked. All of the women were like, nah, he dumb. Also, his sexual history was a problem, which we'll get into. Um, I glad I found out he is like a disrespectful liar at the reunion. So I feel less bad about dragging him for being dumb. I do. Because y'all said you hated him. I did not hate him. I thought he was awkward and just like funny to watch on TV, not be a friend with or anything, but like on TV, he comes off really. I thought he came off really good in terms of being funny, but just not likable in terms of a relationship. But he dumb girl, dumb. Like him on the show, he was fun. I do think he was useless. His uselessness also almost seemed endearing. Like he's trying to get these women to like him, and he did nothing for them. He just showed up. He just- yeah, he might be a pool boy model, but nothing is happening up top. That man is all the way checked out. This man stopped mid conversation and did not continue. He just checked out of the conversation mid convo. Listening to Austin, Taylor, and Bella speak is one of the most mind numbing experiences I have watching this show. It is absolutely insane. It was one of the hardest things in the beginning to do. Like, whenever Bella would speak, Taylor, and Austin, I would literally find myself checking out. All right, useless man. I just yeah, I love that I did this because all of these men useless. So let's see. Let's see if I can remember these names. Yeah, let's see if I can remember these names. All right, let's go. So oh, there's Jalen, Charlie, Pepe. These one I know. JT, girl, uh, Elon, JD, Zach. Oh, Zach K. I know Zach K. Anyway, useless, all useless, but for being outside of being foils to someone else's plan, th- they can't stand on their own, useless, not important, blah, blah, blah. Zach looks so good in his Vogue. Zach is a degenerate. Zach with a K is a degenerate. Zach with a K is an absolute degenerate liar. I'm gonna get back. Remind me to bring this up. Remind me to bring it up when I talk about it later. But the fact that he sat up there and absolutely lied, talking about Amaya kissing him was inappropriate and he felt some kind of way about it, but then chose her to come back with him to the villa is wild. It is wild. He is a degenerate and he wants to stay in the game, and I'm glad. I am absolutely glad. Oh, I thought you were never mind. Good. Back in the digital, but no one knows his angle. Yeah, he just wanted to stay in the game. All right. Now let's get into the mess. I said this at the beginning. So I'm going to try to attempt to say it calmly now. This show, Love Island, Celebrity, for reality TV, it's not a game for the men, it's for the women. Very rarely do we care what men serve. Good and for bad, women are the ones at the center who are overly analyzed. While they are praised, they're also criticized because no one really cares about the men outside of being props. Ace needs to learn this real quick. Ace thinks that he's the it girl instead of letting Shelly shine, which for me is a product of not understanding that we do not care about the men beyond who they are with on the show. Nick and Ace are a bromance that people would have invested in if Ace knew how to play his cards right. Olandria, and Shelley would be a dynamic duo if they had a good enough PR team. They have so much potential. It is sickening if only they could maintain their friendship outside of the villa. It is sickening that Ace is causing a problem for these people. I think that's the problem. I do. Because they have so much potential. Ace thinks that he's the it girl, and that's the problem for me. Like Olandria and Shelley could be serving Girl Crush out here every 2 minutes. And it's just messing it up. The four of them also have a potential to do something big. I would watch their TV show, podcast, or even YouTube channel where the four of them are like doing it together. While I don't care about Ace, and I don't care about Ace and Shelley's relationship, his proximity to Alandria and Nick, and even to Shelley, makes him interesting and worthwhile. Because I actually also like Shelley, but Ace needs to get it together. They have so much to do, and Ace's ego is messing it up. I also think Taylor thought he was the it girl. I actually let me. I also think Taylor thought he was the it girl, and I actually find that really annoying. I find it anyway, the fact that for a second Taylor thought he was the it girl in his coupling with Alandria makes me sick to my stomach. Dumping Alandria was the best thing to have happened to Alandria, let's be clear, and the worst thing for Taylor. But I do have a problem with the way that Alandria, I'm blaming Alandria for this. I am upset that Alandria made Nick believe, not Nick, that Alandria made Taylor believe he was like everything in this world. That's like That's probably why I didn't become a fan of Alandria immediately. Instead of apologizing to Alandria, by the way, you remember when um y'all remember when Olandria was sad and was like, "You told me you were gonna love me. You told me you were gonna try. You said that you would be with me at night." That's not what she said. She said that you said that you would continue to date me and date Clark and that you would invest in our connection. Are these people contractually obligated to say the word connection? Anyway, that you would try, but you have not been doing that. All right. Here's my problem with Olandria on that note. If a man told you, "Hey, I'm seeing you and I'm seeing this other girl," and you see him and that other girl everywhere, kicking it, doing it, dipping it, and all of that, right? Why would you ever bring up the fact that he told you that he would try? If he wanted to, he would. Now, I love that you did it for the hypocrisy of it all and him getting dragged, but like for your own self respect, ain't nobody got time for you to be out here talking about, "Oh, you said you would, but you didn't." He didn't. Take he didn't as the answer you needed and move on. Ain't nobody got time. So, Alandria saying all of that. And in the middle, he goes, I choose Clark, like a Pokemon. He's like, I choose you, Clark. And in that moment, America decided that Clark would be getting it just as hard as they. In that moment, America decided that both Clark and Taylor would get it. So it came as no surprise to me when they had to vote individually and as a group. And when they said, who do you think is the most honest or trustworthy or dating material, both of those, they put Clark and Taylor at the back to the back to the back. Over and over. Yo, America was dragging Clark and Taylor. They're still getting dragged for a film. And I loved every minute of it. I loved every minute of it. Did they deserve to be at the back? Absolutely. Absolutely. I enjoyed every minute of it. So the rankings ate Taylor and Clark up because of Taylor's ego. Clark sat there, and this is why I don't have like a lot of empathy for Clark. Clark sat there while Ola was being disrespected by a man she was with, not realizing that the man who could disrespect another woman so publicly, lie to that other woman so publicly, lead that woman on so publicly, discard that woman so easily, would not be a good partner. Is that the fact that Clark didn't know that that was a trash person is wild to me. I think that you did not know. Like you were just there kikiing up. Oh my God, he chose me. I am that girl. Yeah, while disrespecting someone, leading someone on, using someone, you don't think that's a problem? You don't think that your man treating another woman like that is a problem that he was dating? Cut her off immediately when you came. You thought you were just that girl, like, oh my God, I'm just going to take your man, period. Okay, girl, good luck with that man. Good luck. And by the way, this is where I started really respecting Olantria, mind you, because I don't think anyone should be disrespected that way online. Now back to this one. Had to go back to him. Um, Ace and the media. Um, I don't know what it's like, and I hope I never know what it's like to think of yourself in one way while being something completely different. I don't know what that's like, and I hope I never know what that's like to view yourself one way while the world view you another way. Let's make him big. And so Ace really think that he has a good boy image, and that's insane to me. To be fair, I find Ace to be mildly intelligent, just barely intelligent, which is why I wanted to support him. I know I cannot vet, it's fine. But whatever. I'm reckoning with my feelings towards Ace while watching black women bend over backwards to defend him. For some for so many black women defending him, including like Jessie Wu, I saw Jessie Wu was defending him until some lady came on and that lady was talking to Jessie Wu and that woman was like, yeah, no, he's a trash person. And I saw Jessie Wu started to shift her opinion a little bit. So it was nice in real time to be sort of corrected about some things or whatever. But anywho, a lot of black women online are trying to defend Ace, and it's never like a full throated defense. It's usually this like, oh, we see where he comes from. He might have some manosphere things he needs to work on, but like he is really trying to stand on business. No, you're not. The little midget ain't standing on no business. You're not standing on no business. He's being real disrespectful. I don't like that. I want to know why. I want to know why people like women, black women in particular, who are online, why they like Ace so much. He is controlling, manipulative, manosphere type guy. I don't understand what's difficult to pick up about that. He's very clear about it too. Also, I need people to pick a side. Is Ace a naive young man, or he smart, mature, thoughtful and thoughtful as a person? Like, who is he? Because on one hand, people are like, oh my God, he doesn't know, he didn't understand what he was saying when he was talking about Alandri and Nick. He just kind of slipped out. Like you can tell he wasn't trying to be rude. He doesn't understand. Is he that, or is he the smart, thoughtful, like really intelligent which one is it? I know it's not both. Because one of the things, the reason why Alandria for me, like, has set the stage for how I engage with Love is Blind. Love is Blind, Love Island. I'm just gonna always call it Love is Blind. It is what it is. But Love Island, right? There was a point when she was eliminated and everyone was crying. And she was just standing there, and you can tell she was deeply hurt, but she's not going to cry. She said, I have to be strong. No one here is going to be strong for me. That is after like a kind of rejection repeatedly around the circle. And for me, her standing there doing that felt like what the older sibling would do. The person who put aside their own emotion to go and soothe everyone else and care for everyone else. And they don't have time to break down because they have to be strong for everyone else. And not just everyone else on the show, but I think she was a representation of Black womanhood, a particular kind of Black womanhood. And I think she handled that with a lot of grace and care. And I don't think that is a burden that she needed to or should have had to carry, but she did, and she did it with such poise. And that's why it's gonna always be up for Taylor. Like it's not with me and Taylor online only. I don't fight, girl. But online only, it's gonna always be up for me and Taylor. Like it's like the way you disrespected her, it's gonna always be up. And so yeah, she represented a kind of Black womanhood, and I enjoyed watching her move with such dignity after Taylor. She did some foolishness. Let me tell you one thing she did that I didn't like: the fact that her and Nick sitting on there under in the Soul Tie lounge, kissing, talking about, oh, we should kiss to see if we have. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. What do you mean you got to kiss? And then you're gonna go back to Sierra, who is your friend, dating Nick, talking about oh, we kissed, but it wasn't nothing. We just wanted to see if it was there, and there was nothing there. No, absolutely not. You ain't got to kiss. You ain't got to kiss. The fact that Sierra was there too, until someone pointed out to Sierra that that is weird. Sierra was like, oh, okay, I mean, you kissed and y'all didn't see anything, so that's fine. Are you dumb? Are you are you dumb? Absolutely not. You're not my friend if you're out here kissing my partner. Absolutely not. You tried it. They weren't closed off. That is not the point. That is not the point. But yes, they weren't closed off. But she out of pocket, and she knew she did wrong. Don't defend the action because she knew she was wrong, because she said she had to go tell Sierra because it wasn't right that she did it. But she found out in doing it that now you're gonna have to find out that you're not into my partner before you kiss my partner. Right. Ain't no love is black. Ain't nobody got time. And nobody got time. Talking about I had to kiss to find out. Um, so I was watching someone who said that Olandria's mother wrote a comment and liked a video that said she was going to go talk to Olandria to tell Olandria that that Ace and Shelly weren't her friends. Period, mother. You go and you go talk to them because they need to provide a public apology, and those people aren't your friend. And even if Nick, let's say that Nick was like, oh, that's my friend, and he didn't mean anything by it. Let me tell you this: either Ace is intentionally malicious or he's a liability. Either way, he should not be around you. He should not be privy to any information because either he's willingly trying to hurt you or he's so idiotic that he does not understand the hate you're receiving and he added to that hate without knowing something that a reasonable person would have known in his shoe. Either way, trash, let it go. Like Elsa, let it go. There is absolutely zero reason for you to be friends with Ace to the extent that you're sharing sensitive information with him. Because either he is out to hurt you or he's a liability. And if he's out to hurt you, he's a liability. So just say, okay, he's a liability. Don't have to ascribe to him bad intent. Just say he's a liability and move on. So that's the problem. The circle gotta be small. Alandria does need to control her camp. Also to the mother. Let me get big for this. While I respect Alandria's mother's position publicly and her saying that she's going to talk to her daughter about what that Ace and Shelly aren't her friends, we should not have known that. We should not have known that. Y'all need to learn to play these online games and these PR games. I should not know that. So yeah, we not about to try to pull down Alandria's brand. We need her to be up, up, up and up. So I'm gonna need Mama to get it. I agree, Mama. 8 down, and you look beautiful too, girl. But yeah, keep that offline. Y'all need to figure out this PR thing quick, fast, and in a hurry. Because I'm gonna need to see Alandria popping up in music video. I saw her at some game the other day looking good. Like I'm gonna need her to be out here zipping it and zoing it. We need to collect all the checks. I need her to win more. All right, now let's drag the show. I enjoyed the show. Let me say that first. Let me say that first. And I am not one of them people who said, I'm a boycott the show. I'm not boycotting the show. Someone said, Themis, you need to watch Love is Blind and talk about how anti-black women they were. Love Island, sorry. Love Island. And talk about how anti-black women they are. Alandria and Shelly are the stars of the show. I am so sorry. If y'all are saying, because one of the critique of Love Island is that they mistreated Alandria. I disagree with this assessment. Fully disagree with the assessment that Alandria was mistreated by Love Island. Alandria was mistreated by Taylor, and Alandria continued to let Taylor mistreat her. The fact that Alandria picked Taylor over Jalen after the show brought her, like it was almost like Alandria had a checklist of things she wanted, and the show went out and found a man to give to Alandria so that she can leave Taylor. And she was like, yeah, nope, I'm going with Taylor. It's very difficult for me to blame. Like, people are like, oh, the producers wanted me to force Taylor to be with Alandria. The same producers who brought in Jalen. So y'all expect me to believe the same producers who brought in Jalen and the fact Alandria is like, oh, y'all didn't see what Taylor was doing for me behind the scenes. No, we didn't see it, and you didn't see it either. You did not see it either. You're not going to play in my face, Alandria. You're not going to play in my face. Taylor was not doing anything for you behind the scenes. And we know that because you were complaining that Taylor wasn't doing anything for you. You were complaining that Taylor wasn't touching you. You were complaining that Taylor was there and it felt like more of a friendship first. We're not about to sit up here and think that Taylor was romantic with you. This is prior to Jalen. This is prior to Nick. This is prior to you getting sent home. You went to Taylor on some weird foolishness. And you said to him, hey, I know we're a slow burn, but I feel like I've come to the point where we can touch now. Taylor did not like Alandria. Alandria knew Taylor did not like her, at least felt it, and there was a disconnect, and we're not about to pretend. Like even with Jalen, he was Taylor. Alandria was like, "Oh, Jalen is all up on me. I can tell he wants me. I can tell he wants to physically touch me." And then you're like, "Oh, with you, Taylor, we were friends first." Girl, it wasn't a month. It was 2 weeks. It was maybe even less than 2 weeks. Ain't no friend. Ain't no friendship. If you're a slow burn, you sped it up on that show. Ain't nobody got time for that. Like I'm not sitting here listening to no foolishness like, oh, in the TV, it made me look like I was going after him and he didn't care. He cared when Jalen showed up because he wanted to be on the show. And the only way that Taylor would have had a chance to be on that show, because no other woman even looked in his direction, the only way that Taylor would have stayed on that show, it was if Olandria gave him a chance. That's it. So when Jalen showed up and his spot, Taylor's spot, was being compromised, that is when he attempted to woo you, barely even. That's when he was like, "Oh yeah, no, I'm gonna fight for you." No, and you knew that. Talking, and we know Alandria knew that because Alandria sat up there with like, "I guess if you don't want me, let me tell you this. I'm also what did she call herself? It's it's a word that you call a man who spends money on you. Oh, a trick. She said she was a trick for men she loved. Why would you be volunteering that information to a man you're dating? Why? She probably did not consciously know what she was doing, but when she looked to Taylor and says, "Oh, when I am in love with someone, I am a trick for them." What she was doing internally, I don't actually know this. This is me jumping to conclusions head first. This is me jumping to conclusion head first. What that is saying is you knew that man wasn't into you, but you were trying to bribe him with some money. That's that and that. That's Nah. So no, Elijah not about to sit up here convince us that anything he was doing on off screen was reassuring. Elijah would go to Taylor. Elijah would go to Taylor and be like, "Hey, how do you feel about me?" And he would not answer. He will say everything. He will talk. He will say, "Oh, I like how we can talk to each other. How do you feel about me?" If you're not answering that directly, we gonna have a problem. How do you feel about me? That's a very specific question. Chop, 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 chop. Quickly. Quickly, how do you feel about me? At no point, go watch this series back. You're not going to watch it again. But if you watch, you will notice every time that she asked for reassurance, he never gave it. He talks about something. There was a hint at, yeah, we're getting along, we're moving along. There was a hint at that, but it was never passionate. It was never any care. It was never, I'm feeling you. I want to get to know you. I like you. I can see us outside. None of that. How are we not holding Taylor? Okay. You didn't hear me drag Taylor. You didn't hear me drag Taylor. So no, you didn't hear me drag Taylor fully. Alandria was not mistreated by Love Island. Alandria was not mistreated by Love Island. Love Island producers literally went out of their way to go get, I don't know where they found Jalen. I don't know. I don't know where they found Jalen, but they found her. They found a man down to the specific detail that Olandria said she wanted. And she was like, nah, I'm good. I'm going to stick beside Taylor. So you're saying Ethan, oh, I'm not saying they lied about it. I'm saying that maybe they were giving Olandria a storyline or whatever, but what we saw was that Olandria had the opportunity to go forth and pick someone who actually liked her, and she said no. Also, the way they set up, because this is all scripted, the way they set up Elandria's storyline, they definitely knew she was about to be the break. She wasn't given anything, but there was a sense, even when they kicked her off, the twist to bring her back on with Nick, they knew what they were doing. I'm gonna tell you this. They knew what they were doing. If anyone got mistreated, it's the random women they brought in when they when they split up the men and the women. Those are the women who came in to a bunch of mess. Oh, I brought this game up. This game was so disgusting. Y'all, Love Island is degenerate. Love Island is degenerate. This game is so degenerate. So they walked up there, spat milk from one person's mouth into another person's mouth, and fill a bucket of spit and milk, and then they went and pour it onto these people. That is so disgusting and degenerate, and I promise you I would have been barred. Like that is so disgusting. Whoever came up with this game, y'all have the hottest place in the pits of hell waiting for you. This is so disgusting. I bring this up because they dragged Olandria was getting things. Olandria was not Olandria. Sorry, Huda was getting milk, disgusting milk pour on her over and over and over again. But that's not why I brought this up. Y'all remember who Nick poured his milk on? Y'all remember the question Nick got and who he poured it on? I think that is very Noble B. I missed you. I haven't seen you in forever. Y'all remember who he poured his milk on? Someone said Jeremiah. Yes. Do y'all remember the question? Do y'all remember the question? Please tell me y'all remember the question. I think the question was, I remember the question was who should be eliminated? Who do you want to send home? Someone go look that up and see. I think the question was, I should have noted this. The question was, who do you want to send home? Now, if that were the question, in fact, it is weird, even without that being the question, right? Him pretending like he was defending Jeremiah from being sent home is absolutely wild. I'm gonna go look this up afterwards and post it in the community tab. I'm gonna go look this up afterwards and post it in the community tab. I have to do that a third time for Dr. Umar and the non-existent school. I'm gonna look it up later and post it in the community tab. Nick poured the milk on Jeremiah to say who he wanted to get kicked out of the house. So it is insane to me that that same Nick is pretending that he was defending Jeremiah about being sent home. Absolutely not. Play entirely too much. I also want to point out that I really did like the way that Shelley dealt with Austin. I will never tell anyone to do this, but Shelley, I really like her and I really hope she gets it together. I will note that I became a fan of Shelley in the beginning because I saw her face and I was like, oh my God, she's the most beautiful woman in the world. She sort of looked like Ryan Destiny. She has Ryan Destiny-esque features. I think she's beautiful. Anyway, um, she continued to give Austin his dignity when she didn't have to. Right? It's very clear to me and everyone that Shelley didn't want Austin. Austin was delusional. I'll touch on that later. And Austin really thought he had a chance with Shelley. I do not know why. But the way that she treated him and did not let him be some kind of leftover, I didn't choose you kind of person, even though he got up at some point. I did like that she provided him his dignity throughout the show. At no point did she disrespect him. Even when he got up because he thought she was going to get up and came back to talk to her. This is how you move when you know you have options. I think Shelley knew she had options, and this is how a person moves who has option. I truly appreciated the way that she engaged generally. And she's the most mature person on the show. I don't know why she's doing this after the show, but on the show, I the best representation was from her. Adored her. She ate the show down. I think she's the best representation on the show. I liked her a lot. A lot. All right. So let's get to these dusty peerings. um, how do I say this? I hate all the original couples. Please be careful here. Like I'm about to say some really I'm gonna try to not say some toxic foolishness. I'm pretty sure the couples are next. So please, everyone, take a deep breath, relax, kick your foot up. It's okay. You might dislike my opinions, but remember, they are just my opinions. Nothing I say on here is facts. You're allowed to disagree, but please don't get emotional. Please don't get sad. Please don't get mad. Right? Are we good? I love her on the show, off the show. Yeah, me too. Me too. I will try to remember the humanity and all of that. All right. Okay, let's start with the worst. All right, everyone. The reason I know a lot of you are like, oh my God, someone commented this and say, why are you going at Olandria and not at Taylor? I don't like Taylor. It's always going, we're going to always have a problem. But there's nothing more to say about Taylor. He's just kind of useless. And so for me, one of the parts of why I never understood Olandria until the second half, and I was not like supporting Olandria until the second half, is because she chose Taylor. Like choosing Taylor is wild to me. I think that is insane to me. So that I think if you're gunning for a semi-literate man, that is nasty work. And when she went to Taylor and she said, if you could build a woman, what would she look like? Girl, absolutely not. Taylor gonna have to take everything he can get. Never diminish yourself like that. And I do know the question she was asking. The question she wanted to ask is, are you into dark skinned women? That's the question she wanted to ask. Look, that's the question I think she wanted to ask. It don't matter. He, who he like don't matter. Who he want don't matter. Who he is. But so yes, that was a problem for me. That was a problem for me. It is clear to the audience and Olandria that there was no chemistry. So much so that Olandria, as I talked about this earlier, is talking about being a slow burn, and that now she's giving him signs and permission to touch her. That man does not want to be with you, and you know that. This, him, is my biggest problem with Olandria. Taylor is my biggest problem with Olandria. When Clark was introduced, yes, I'm hopping around. I am confused when you see how he interacted with you, and then how he interacted with Clark, and that he would try to date both of you, but made no effort with you. Again, I don't know why Olandra was like, I am confused. Confused about what? What exactly were you confused about? Do you need affirmative statement saying yeah, no? One that he wants Nick. I told you all about saying this. I told you all about uh, I don't think when it comes to Elandria, I don't think this was about him loving or liking Taylor. I think it was her ego to win because you know that man don't want to be with you. The only time Taylor really wanted Olandria or competed for Olandria was when Jalen showed up. Love Island, I don't believe embarrassed Olandria. She did it on her own by picking Taylor over Jalen, and I will always say that. We're gonna always have a problem because that's my position there. Olandria is a beautiful, smart, graceful woman chasing a mush mouth. Every time he spoke, my spirit was disturbed. Like, come on, girl. Come. Like, every time this man spoke, I'm like, can you like actually finish a sentence? I almost stopped watching because Taylor felt like every black male stereotype, and I could not do it. I think thankfully we had Jalen to contrast with Taylor because at some point I was like, wait, no, I know Southern accents and I like Southern accent. It is not his accent. And thankfully, I was reassured because Jalen came on with a Southern accent, speaking in complete sentences, and I was like, "Oh, okay, okay, good." It's not his accent because Jalen also has a Southern accent, but can speak in complete sentences. Cool, cool. Because I was really sitting with myself, like, maybe but like these sentences aren't being completed, so it couldn't have been his accent. But like, I had to check myself. And I think part of the problem is villager psychosis. I do. I think part of Ola's problem is because Ola literally sat up there talking about she believed God sent Taylor to her to be her cowboy. And I'm sitting there like, please, please don't bring God in this. Do what you want, but please don't bring God in this. Yeah, so I mean that's essentially why I couldn't be a fan of Ola in the first like part of the show. It's also insane because Olandra was on the table, and because of how beautiful she was, getting a massage, talking about she wanted man to lead her and she want her countryman to lead her. I almost forgot about how like I almost forgot that she was talking about being so like subjugated, essentially talking about men to lead her because of how beautiful she was laying there. But like, girl, ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time talking about you. And after Taylor like embarrassed her, she gonna sit up there and apologize to him for not being more considerate and then allowing him to both date Clark and her. I was like, girl, mm-mm. I'ma move on. I'ma move on. Let's just know. Ain't no woman in that thing should have picked Taylor. Taylor knew ain't no woman in there was gonna pick him. And so he had to stick by Olandri until he could get all he could from her and then move on. And that sucks. I hate that for Olandria because she could have had a better experience. I'm saying I love where she ended up, right? But it shouldn't have been that hard to get there. Yeah, this feeling is wild. You want to know something really insane? You want to know something really insane? They actually look good. they, act- they actually aesthetically. This is so they look, y'all. outside of the foolishness, like we know who Austin is, but they do look good. Someone said, you know, y'all don't see the vision. Y'all don't see the vision. I think Austin is an S. No, let me leave that alone. All right. What should I? The only person to sound dumber, the only person who sounded dumber than Taylor was Austin. If Taylor disturbed my spirit when Taylor spoke, Austin made me numb. Like I had to literally block it out. I would mentally block out Austin for like the first, I don't know, 8 episodes before I could start feeling bad for him and then listening to him. It was very difficult to listen to this man. Even Shelley could not find anything about him that she liked outside of, oh, he's cute. Literally, Shelley was like, I. Listening to Shelley trying to convince herself that she liked Austin is peak entertainment. I think Shelley is every woman trying to give a man a chance that they're not attracted to. And Austin is delusional enough to believe that Shelley, like the way that he's delusional is kind of endearing, right? Because you really think there was something. Yeah, Austin believed there was something there, and the only reason he didn't get to run off with Shelley is because of Ace. I think that's delusional. Shelley gives Austin the same vibe Taylor gives Olandria. I think that Shelley is just kinder. But this girl cute. I don't care what y'all gotta say. Shelley cute. Straight light to herself, unlike yeah. She's straight up like she's straight up, like Shelley sitting up there trying to pretend like there's any interest here at all is absolutely wild to me. I like my girl Shelley. All right, let me be nice. Trash, boring, waste of everyone's time. just the absolute way. I put Bella in the Taylor and Austin speaking school immediately. Nick wanted to zip it and zoo it, and Bella just talking about how she's Christian, being loud and obnoxious. Um, I do remember that Nick said while he was with Bella that he wanted to explore and get to know Olandria. I think people miss that, but yeah. Someone said next couple. Actually, I agree. I agree. Next. Absolutely next. Mother and daddy toxic. I know you are going to be mad. I think y'all going to be mad, but let me give some positive. I do think they carried the show. I do. I do. Mm-mm. I think that for the first half of the show, they carried it. And since Jeremiah has never not like Jeremiah has always been boring, I think it was Huda, and Huda crashing out every 10 seconds. That guy, to be fair, it was seemingly emotionally abusive and controlling, and Jeremiah was a weak pretty boy who seemed weirdly insecure. I think it's also funny how Huda was talking about love bombing when she was telling Jeremiah she loved him within the first minute, then catching herself, yet he was the love bomber. Because y'all think I didn't miss it. I did not miss it. It quit when they were hanging out. He was walking away, and she was like, "Oh, love you," and like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that." Right? Oh, girl, absolutely not, absolutely not. I want to say justice for Jeremiah, but again, I would have to kick him out of the game for being boring. Without Huda, he really offered nothing. Right? Like he just kind of was there and like he was a catalyst for a bunch of issues with the man, right? Because Ace is jealous of Jeremiah, and Ace does not know how to deal with his jealousy because Jeremiah looks better than him. And the women seem to like him but stay back from him because of Huda. So like he's just there existing as a beautiful man and causing a bunch of problems. So Jeremiah was giving looks and body, also height that Ace didn't have. So I can understand why Ace and Nick was a hater too. Let's be very clear. I will always include Nick in the Jeremiah hate train. That stunt he pulled at the reunion, we're talking about he tried to defend and prevent Jeremiah from leaving. He didn't. That was A1 manipulation. Jeremiah trying to figure out why Huda has two bedrooms. This is how dumb Jeremiah is. I'm sorry. This is yeah, no. I think Jeremiah liked her. He did. He did. He said it overtly. And the fact that they're out here pretending like Jeremiah, that Ace did not hate Jeremiah because he was jealous of Jeremiah, not outside of like, oh, you look better than me kind of thing. He said he was interested in Huda. When they did the blindfold test where you should kiss someone that you're interested in outside of your partner, Ace went up and kissed Huda. And Ace thought that Huda kissed him back, but in truth, it wasn't Huda because he was trying to get into Jeremiah's head talking about how Huda kissed him. Meanwhile, it was Alandria, which also meant Alandria was attracted to Ace, but never said it because she kissed him. I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm gonna leave that mess alone. But yes, Ace was definitely into Huda. He wanted to explore Huda, and he was mad that Huda was tied down with Jeremiah, who Huda chose before he chose Ace. Everyone was kissing everyone and then passing their saliva on to Ace. Ace has all of the men's saliva. That is so disgusting. Ace was up there swallowing all of the men's saliva. All of the women were kissing the men and just giving Ace the saliva. This comment is delusional. There is no world in which Ace looks better than Jeremiah. Anyone saying that is absolute nasty work. Eh, see, this is nasty work. Ain't no reason to be up here on Beyonce's internet lying like that. Ain't no reason to be up here lying. There is no reason for you to be lying like this. Jeremiah does not look better than Ace. Yes, he does. What do you mean? Ace, even Ace knows this. Even Ace knows. Even Ace knows he's the Timu version of Jeremiah. If Jeremiah and Ace are in a group together, Jeremiah would be getting his pick of whoever he wants, and the friend of the person Jeremiah chooses would get to hang out with Ace. Ace. Girl, y'all play entirely too much. Y'all know that man. Y'all know the truth. We're not going to do it. We're not going to do it. Also, did I talk about the bedroom? So Huda told Jeremiah, Huda, right. Like every one of the girls came in, they were like, "Yeah, it's gonna be Jeremiah for me. Let's." ah, anyway, So Huda says, I have a second room. I have a two-bedroom. Jeremiah gonna sit there like, oh, why do you have a two-bedroom? First of all, why not? Like having a two-bedroom should not trigger any kind of deep thinking at all. Unless she hints at it, there's no reason for you to be like, oh, why do you have a two-bed? I mean, I guess he has a roommate, so I don't know. But Jeremiah idiot self thought the second bedroom was for like dominatrix. Like I don't understand. I don't understand why Jeremiah. What a girl. What about Jeremiah told you he was ready to be a father? What about Jeremiah? What about Jeremiah was like, yep, he is daddy material. That was Jeremiah trying to be funny. I actually really wanted to like Jeremiah. I did, but girl, ain't nobody got time. But I did. I felt bad for Jeremiah. I did. um, I'm just. There's nothing to say about this coupling. I'm just annoyed that he chose this one over Shelly from the beginning, and the fact that Shelly sat there and made the fact that Ace put Shelly on the back burner, hung her up on a counter until he was ready to go pick her up, and she sat there, played the game, and waited for him is absolutely diabolical. It is absolutely diabolical. But there's nothing to say about this at all. The fact that he chose this one tells you all you need to know about him and Huda. This is this is the Timu version of Huda. This girl and Huda look alike to me. So Ace has a type too. Someone said it. Now she stole him. Yeah, she did kiss him after. You could have chosen. I wait, wasn't the kissing, wasn't, oh, you have two people now standing beside you and you get to choose one of them. Yeah, I think he chose. I'm pretty sure he chose her. Oh, you said Huda got surgery to look like Yelisa. So she's the original. My bad. I take the correction. I apologize. No, the girl's pick. All right. So I'm not going to drag him for it then. You're right. He had no say. All right. Okay. So let's do something real quick. I think that it is insane to me that they lost this opportunity or almost lost this opportunity. Because if I were Nick or Alandria, the opportunity would have been gone. I started with this, but I want to redo it. These two, Nick and Ace, could have a bunch of brand deals. Alandria and Shelly could have a bunch of brand deals. Alandria and Ace could have a bunch of brand deals. Nick and Shelly could have a bunch of brand deals. All four of them together could have a bunch of brand deals. They are better as friends than enemies fighting online. They actually share a fan base. I actually like both Alandria and Shelly. Let's be clear, the men are irrelevant in my book. The men's are irrelevant in my book. And so it is insane to to have Ace fragment these girls' fan base. It is weird. It is weird to have Ace up here fragmenting these girls' fan base. Because, like, I see a reality show, I see them doing big things, I see them taking all of my money, and I'm being here for it. Like, y'all need to stop. That ship has sailed. I mean, it would have sailed for me too. Let's be like, I would not. I would have been done. So I do think it is important to remember that Ace kissed Huda during the Secret Admirer Challenge. Nick did kiss Olandria during the Secret Admirer Challenge. And I think Olandria, yeah, kissed Ace. So to me, this friendship is already toxic. All of these people kind of into each other. It's kind of weird. Except Olandria is not here. And Ace wanted Huda. No one is, you're not going to convince me anything else. Let me go back. You're not about to convince me anything else. Ace wanted Huda. And him coming up here talking about, oh, Huda was twerking in my face and I felt so uncomfortable. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't. Absolutely not. All right, let's get to the bombshells. Um, I don't know why they made Charlie a bombshell. I don't know who I don't know. I don't know whose decision it was to make Charlie a bombshell because none of the girl was. He was moving. He's not unattractive. Let's be very clear. He's an attractive girl, boy, person, whatever. Right? He's attractive, right? But he was so desperate and he was trying to like get with anyone he could get with. And so it was just a weird energy to me. Like the desperation is wild. Sierra, I liked until like her moves after the show. The reason I liked her is that whatever she did to Nick had him controlled. Prior to Sierra, Nick was just out here zipping it and zooing it. Like Nick was like, I'm gonna sample everything on the menu. That's what Nick was doing. And Sierra just controlled him somehow. Some way, somehow. Sierra was like fully in control of him. And I was like, oh, okay, period. Cool. And then Sierra was like very into Shelly. And I don't know why that I gave her points because she has good taste. I think Sierra has good taste in women. And so I ain't it. I ain't it. He said he can zip it into it. He met Sierra on day two. Guy, you did not see Nick. Nick was out here. Nick sat there and Nick was like, Bella girl, you're cool and all, and I like the challenge, but I didn't come on Love Island to be challenged. Nick was like, I did not come on Love Island to be challenged. The fact that you out here challenging me is wild. I want to make out, and you're not about to make out with me, and so that's that on that. Shelly is bisexual, so Sierra saw an opportunity, and I love that for her. I love that. I love that she saw that opportunity. I wait. Let me go back. I don't want to talk about them yet. Sierra and Shelly wanted these two. Sierra and Charlie. Is it Charlie? Is it Charles? I don't remember his name. Charlie girl. Sierra and Charlie wanted Nick and Shelly. The funny thing is, Sierra also wanted Shelly. Charlie also wanted Shelly. Shelly was a hot commodity in that house. Everyone wanted Shelly. Shelly was juggling men and women, girl, at this point. And Ace kissing Huda was nasty work. Taylor thinks Huda, I don't, the whole drama with Taylor, Huda, and Ace, I don't care about. I feel like Bella and Austin should have gotten together. Because, like, you know how loud and obnoxious Bella is? Like, Bella is loud and obnoxious and, like, just annoying. And Taylor is kind of similar. And I was wondering if they could, like go together and disappear so they could leave us all alone, but that did not happen. So I thought on that. But I love that Shelley was juggling the men and the women. And I did like Huda crashing out. I didn't realize at the time that this was emotional instability. And I'm very happy I didn't know. I thought she was like playing up a villain for TV. But the more it continued, the more I was like, oh, this is a problem. This is exploitation. But in the beginning, I was like, oh, Huda crashing out, dragging everyone, and like actually bringing entertainment, period. Sierra also almost topped my list, right under Shelley. And the reason is she just didn't care. What she was talking about her body count, who she dip it with, who she did it with. Like for me, she was she just didn't care. Theo was just out here just dipping it and doing it. And obviously from like a entertainment perspective, it was really fun to watch. It was super fun to watch. She was just out here doing everything. When she kissed people, she was passionately kissing everyone. I was like, oh, okay, girl, period. Couldn't be me. It seems a bit hedonistic, but period. I do think it is important to note that hey, Ace trying to break up Huda and Jeremiah was on some hater type mess. And I think if you did not see Ace as a hater on the show, I don't think you have any kind of discernment. I think Ace was like Ace was a high level hater in a way that made absolutely no sense to me. Like I think Ace thought Jeremiah was going to win, and so he started gunning for Jeremiah viciously. Poor Jeremiah, just weak and useless. Jeremiah was just weak and useless until the reunion. And Ace is a snake and will always be a snake. And the fact that Ace didn't think that we would catch that he's being a snake might mean he didn't realize how much hate he had for Jeremiah and how that showed up fully on camera. I think that's what happened. I love your channel. Hi, everyone. Hi, Go Pedals. I appreciate that. Thank you so, so very much. I appreciate that. I also like when Ola started dragging Taylor. I did. I did like that. Yeah, I remember. I don't know if y'all remember this, but when Sierra came in and took and took Nick, y'all remember when Bella was crashing out and talking about, "Oh my God, no one ever chose me. I'm never chosen. No one wants me." Blah blah blah. Um, and then Bella was Huda was like, Bella girl, you're pretty. That's all that matters. I thought that was such a funny scene because here's a woman bearing her insecurity about not being chosen. Bella at this time was like, I am Christian. I am so Christian. I'm the Christian of the Christians. I only do Christian type things. I'm only doing Christian type things. It's all Christianity for me. I don't kiss. You can't kiss me on the lip. You're going to kiss me on the cheek. And then to win Nick, she started kissing all of the men them. Oh, Bella started kissing all of them. In Jamaica, we would say Bella broke out. Bella broke out in order to get a man to like her. And I'm trying to figure out what was her thought process. Here she is, a woman playing hard to get with Nick, right? And wanted Nick. And the first time she gonna kiss someone on the show, she's kissing everyone but Nick until she get to Nick to kiss Nick. I'm not sure the calculation Bella was making in her head to say, I'm a show out. I don't kiss people, and part of the reason Nick want to go and leave me is because Nick want to go zip it and do it with everyone, and I am not giving Nick the time of day with me to like use me. But guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go and kiss all of these men in front of Nick, and that will make him like me more. I don't know. I don't. I, So you're gonna ruin your whole Christianity shtick. You're gonna ruin your Christianity shtick to get this man to like you, and you're gonna do that by kissing everyone instead of him or before him. That ain't even make sense. To be fair, I'm glad Nick didn't get to kiss her first. I don't know why that was weird because he was like, "Oh my god, I wanted to be the one to kiss you first." And I was like, "Okay, good." So I didn't like that. Huda attempted to drag Nick, and that was cute. Blah blah blah. Whatever. Okay, when they sat down to do the cheating game, there's some things that I wanted to point out on the cheating game. There's something. So Austin said he cheated 6 times. If you're a Nick stan, you probably gonna hate me for this, but I don't trust Nick as far as I can throw him, and I can't. I had secondhand embarrassment watching Bella perform for Nick. Girl, me too. I, hey, gal broke out. Me said the gal broke. The gal broke. The gal broke up, man. So Austin said he cheated 6 times and also embarrassed women he left. Um, I was surprised here because often cheating on you is kind of like I think getting the opportunity to cheat 6 times is nasty work. Sending thousands of nudes is also nasty work. And women were disgusted by Nick's body count and Austin, which was, I guess, some kind of equality. Ace said he had never cheated, right? But he also said he's never had a girlfriend. So I'm suspicious at him saying he never cheated. And I think the reason he said he never cheated is because he never had a girlfriend. So you can't cheat on someone who is not your girlfriend. I think it's his justification. I don't believe Ace at all. I don't believe any of these people. But the person I believe the least is Nick. And let me explain. And I hope y'all caught this because the fact that y'all out here standing Nick is actually kind of wild to me. So Jeremiah confessed to cheating once. I believe he said I love you 10 times. And Huda, girl, talking about telling people 10 people you love them is a red flag. Girl, you are a red flag. Like at 25, telling 10 people you love them is completely fine with me. I don't care nothing about none of that. But who they're talking about is a red flag. Anyway, so Nick is a liar. Nick is a whole liar. Nick is a whole scammer in my book. In my book, Nick is a scammer because Nick put 0 on his card for how many times he cheated, right? He sent 80 nudes, told 50 people he loved them, but he goes, "Oh, I've never cheated." But when he saw that Jeremiah said he cheated once and everyone was okay with Jeremiah cheating once, he said, "Okay, let me be honest. I did cheat once." Yeah, he cheated in every relationship he's ever been in. He cheated in every relationship in my book. If you're going to sit up there and lie on your card and say, "Oh, I never cheated on anyone ever," and then when one person go and said, "I cheated once," and everyone was like, "Oh, okay, we get it," you are going to then correct yourself and say, "Oh, I also cheated once. Let me be honest." Yeah, no. Yeah, no. 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 You are lying. You're lying. And you are all, I think all of the men, Nick and Ace, hate what's his name, Jeremiah, because I think Jeremiah shows up as who he is and people actually like him. So when he says no to some random woman kissing him after he chose Huda, Ace got mad because when Ace chose Shelly, Ace allowed someone else to kiss him, right? So he felt bad and he was like, "Oh, I messed up," under his breath. Similarly, when Jeremiah was like, "Oh, let me be very honest up front, I cheated once," Nick also lied. Yeah, you can be insecure about cheating, but not only were you insecure about cheating, you lied about cheating. Not only did you lie about cheating, you waited until someone confessed to being cheating on someone once, and that people were okay with that, to then confess that you cheated on someone also but once. I'm gonna go ahead and say you're lying. You're a liar. We don't have much to go off these people, so I'm just gonna go off what I see on off them on TV. And for me, once you cheat, you gonna always cheat. But these are young people, so I'm just giving them a lot of grace and say I'm gonna go with they didn't want to cheat. For Nick lying. Nick didn't cheat once. Nick did not cheat once. You're not gonna convince me Nick only cheated once. Nick stands can be mad as they want. Y'all can be as mad as you want. You're not about to lie and tell me, oh, you cheated 0 times. And when someone confessed to cheating once and you find out, oh, it's okay to cheat once, you suddenly only cheated once too. Yeah, no, absolutely not. Nope. I'm not buying it, not even on sale. The only person I really believe are Jeremiah and Shelly, because I feel like Shelly is the type of person to say, "Girl, if I cheated, I'ma tell you. I don't care nothing about what you got to say," and I like that. Huda said she slept with 2 people in a day because one person didn't satisfy her. Yeah, this woman so toxic. She's so toxic. I wish she wasn't a terrible person off. Because I would have loved to be like, you know what, I like Huda. Because Huda was like the first man never satisfied me, so later on in the day I went and found another. The men were shook. It was there. The funny thing is, all of them were shook except Jeremiah. Except Jeremiah. And that's why I also wanted to like Jeremiah. I wanted to like Jeremiah because Jeremiah was like, oh, that's fine. I said I had 2 in 1 day too, so I didn't see a problem. And they were like, but what if you can't please her? Jeremiah was like, I make sure my woman is pleased. So I will never have that problem. It is on me to please the woman that I'm with. And he was like being an adult about it. And these men were trying to get in his head and he was trying to stand firm. I saw him and I was like, so this is what happened in conversation with these men who are trying to convince these other men to care about something that they don't care about. And so when I wanted to like Huda. Huda was like, girl, she said it so matter of factly too. So it was she was like, yeah, I had 2 in a day. The first one didn't do anything. I was bored. And then I just went to another one later. The men were mad. They were pissed. But then right after that, Amaya comes in, choose Jeremiah to make out, and then Huda crashed out. Then right after that, Huda gonna crash out. Huda always there is not an episode where Huda is not crashing out. I also did not like Amaya initially. I thought she was extremely annoying. And she was playing up that like weird voice that she does, trying to like get these men to like her. And she was like, oh, I'm coming in and I'm gonna steal your man. Watch out, boys. The men quickly humbled her. None of them wanted to be with her. I felt the person I felt the worst for was Amaya. I did. I felt so bad for her. Those men really did not like her. They did. They treated her so poorly. Ace dragged her. Nick dragged her. Everyone dragged her. And then Zach K with a K dragged her. They were just Austin. Austin dragged her. Austin was like, I don't want her. I don't know how to tell her that she's too much. Everyone was just dragging Amaya. Everyone was dragging Amaya for filth. I actually felt I felt so bad for her. And then Ciara was specifically sleeping um with Nick at like weird times whenever his eyes would wander. Like the I'm not even mad. The way she used intimacy, I think is like a siren. Like I don't know. Like it feels very specific and planned. I don't know. The way I respect it. I'm gonna go ahead and say I ain't gonna do it, but I respect it. She was like, "You ain't going nowhere. I'm gonna make sure you won't go nowhere. I'm gonna make sure you won't go nowhere." It was weird, but I respect it. At the recoupling, Ace did choose Amaya instead of Shelly, and I am very concerned as to why Shelly stuck around after being shelved for Ace. Because when Ace chose Amaya, Shelly could have gone home. The reason Shelly did not go home is because Ace saved her. And so, Austin, sorry, not Ace. After Ace chose Amaya, Shelly could have gone home and Austin saved Shelly. I'm maybe because I'm not like I guess I'm a forgiving person, but I don't forget things. So if you left me out there to dry, like you hang me out there, you left me out there for the wolves, it is weird to then for Shelly to like go back to Ace after he left her out there and picked the new girl. I don't know. That was weird. That was really weird to me because I was like, oh. By the way, that's when I started disliking Ace. That's where I started disliking Ace because you almost had the person that I liked the most at that time. You almost had her sent home because you're playing games. And then the person you pick, you go and tell them to not touch you. Instead of Ace is such a manipulator and it's so disgusting and disingenuous, and I'm very annoyed by it. And maybe he did tell Austin to pick Shelly or something. I don't know. So he set it up that she wouldn't go home. I don't know. But that was very weird. But then like instead of sitting down with Amaya after you pick her and say, hey, how do you usually engage in this getting to know someone phase, right? And like asking her about her comfort level and giving his comfort level, it was like, I am giving you the opportunity to impress me. Do not touch me. Girl, it was so toxic. Ace is toxic, and ain't nobody gonna change my mind on that. Ace is toxic. I think if Austin had an ounce of dignity, Shelley would have been sent home. If Austin had an ounce of dignity, Shelley would have sent her. Because, girl, ain't nobody, Shelley does not like you, girl. It's that simple. I'm glad you chose her because I'm glad she still was still there with my girl. But if you had an ounce of dignity, you wouldn't have done that. And that's why I started liking Austin because I was like, okay, you saved my girl. So you saved my girl, so period. Had a hoodlum. Yeah. I think one more thing that I wanted to say about Ace and Amaya. You know, Ace is the reason Amaya won, right? I believe Ace is the reason Amaya won the show. Obviously, all the other men rejecting Amaya, all the other men rejecting Amaya also lend sympathy to her. But I think it started with Ace and people feeling really bad about how she was mistreated, and she was mistreated by the men's. Um, there's something else that I wanted to say about Alandria and and Taylor, but I feel like I've beaten this dead horse so many times. I still want to do it, but I feel like I'm being a bit toxic. Because here's the thing: I think that Taylor is so useless that it feels like the show set him up to be dragged. When Taylor went to Ace and says he's not physically attracted to Olandria, I feel like Ace should have that should have been a conversation between him and Olandria, right? But the camera showed that. And I think Taylor had the worst edit, and rightfully so. Like I'm not defending him. I think he had the worst edit, rightfully, because he's a terrible person, and I think he was brought on. Okay, this is my theory. Someone was like, "Oh, you don't believe Ace that they were telling um him to set Olandria up with Taylor." I do believe that, but I think he was supposed to be dumped. I think he was supposed to be dumped. I think he was supposed to be dumped, and we were supposed to all have a good kiki. And Olandria decided that blackmail worship. No, it wasn't blackmail. It was Taylor worship. I think it was Taylor worship, and so Olandria kept saving him. And I don't think he knew how to reciprocate. Oh, no, he knew how to. He did not care about reciprocating any of the goodwill that Olandria bestowed on him. I don't think he cared about any of it. And that for me is part of my problem. I think Olandria represents women who are working desperately to like take care of these men, and then the first chance they get to help you back, to invest in you, they literally do not take that chance. They don't care about you. They don't invest. And this woman literally gave up her spot there for him, right? Like Jalen is one man that I know I don't know for a fact, but it don't seem like he was about to go anywhere. And it would look real weird if after confessing so much love and care for Olandria, Jalen switched up, right? And then we would say producer played Olandria. So I feel like he was supposed to take the L, but Alandria was like, I am not gonna let Taylor take an L. I'm gonna go ahead and take the L for Alandria said, I'm gonna go ahead and take the L for Taylor. I think that's what happened. Also, I think it is important to point out that I do not think that Huda actually liked Jeremiah. I think Huda just thought, oh, Jeremiah is cute. Everyone wants him, so I should have him. Because Huda don't know how to love anyone. Huda literally sat there and she would not listen. She's incapable of listening to anyone but herself, right? She's sitting there with Jeremiah, and if Jeremiah comes with any problem, Huda turns it into a conversation about Huda. Always. Huda went to Amaya for advice, and I'm sorry, who goes to Amaya for advice? Who goes to Amaya for advice? Something that again Jeremiah did better than Ace was reject people. The way that Jeremiah rejected Amaya, he was very straightforward without being disrespectful about what he was doing, who he was feeling, and why it was that it could not be like Amaya, or actually any other woman who came to Jeremiah. He was very respectful and very clear and very direct with them. Ace was not. Ace was out here dragging it out. This is why Amaya was crashing out and Shelly. Amaya was like, Shelly, you want my man. Stop trying to steal my man. You can have him. He's not yours to give, Amaya. That many want you. There's not yours to give. So I do think how Ace handled the women were also a problem. Because Amaya was out here crashing out on Shelly. Poor Shelly out there just there beating her face, looking cute as ever. And Amaya, here Amaya, the green eye bandit goes over in the corner, trying to drag. Yo, Amaya's out of pocket. Amaya's literally in the makeup room trying to drag Shelly for absolutely no reason. For absolutely no reason. No, I do think Huda has a type. I think that A's feeling Huda turned into hate. And I think Jeremiah is a child who is like a sponge soaking up the opinions of everyone around him. So much so that, like, let's be clear, Jeremiah liked the toxicity. The only reason Jeremiah isn't still there being abused by Huda emotionally is because the other men got into his head and they tricked him out of his toxic, degenerate, disgusting spot. Also, it did I hear right? I didn't go back because I was on the plane. This was like a 14-hour flight, so I could have misheard. But did I hear Nick say that he donated semen to a couple so he could have and does have biological children out there? Yeah, this giving me a flashback to Love is Blind. Drop a one if you heard that. Drop a two if you didn't. Because I could have sworn I heard Nick. And the way Nick was traveling all over the world, I would not be surprised if there were little Nick Juniors all over the world. Like, yeah, okay, y'all heard that too. I wasn't sure because I didn't even play it back because I didn't know I was going to do the live stream actually. So I was sitting there and I was like, did he just say? Did he just say what I think? Look, y'all played entirely too much talking about y'all stand. I ain't stand nothing. Also, Jeremiah wanting Nick permission to date Huda is like kind of annoying to me. Again, these are all children, and I ain't care nothing about none of them. Um, where were the bombshells? Okay, okay. Here, by the way, this is Jalen. Yeah, what? Jalen wanted Alandria, this one right here, wanted Alandria, and that should have been, this should have been Alandria's story. I don't know why they look at mess to me. When I didn't real, Alandria said she didn't want to be saved, so that's that on that. You want to know something that I was genuinely concerned about? I was concerned that Alandra was out here having a fit. Not Alandra, sorry. That Huda was out here having a fit about some pancakes. Sorry, I'm going back and forth, but I just remember the pancakes. And here's the thing, you don't get to embarrass someone like that publicly for something so minor that you claim you care about. Like, another man making you breakfast is not my problem. It sounds like we're at a restaurant. Huda is chaotic and just wanted to fight. Yeah, she's entertaining, but instead of addressing her problems that she has and her insecurity, she keeps digging at people. Huda does not get to know you because she likes you and want to learn about you. She gets to know you as her partner to pick at you and pick at you and pick at you. It's not an interest in who you are. It is just like getting information to weaponize about you. Jeremiah sat up there looking us in her eyes, talking about he understands healthy communication and that his family is good at communication and he went to therapy, and so he knows what healthy communication is, but yet he's stuck with the Huda for a bunch of days. Like, ain't nobody got time for you talking about what healthy communication. Ain't nobody got time. I did like when he tried to move on. I did like that. And then Alandria sitting there talking about Jalen. Remember him? So he comes in and he kisses Alandria. He kisses all of them, but he kisses Alandria in particular. And Alandria is sitting there trying to figure out. Um, Alandria is trying to figure out if Taylor is only stepping up because Jalen is there. The fact that you even thought that meant you had your answer. The fact that Olandria even thought that Taylor is only stepping up because Jalen is there meant she had her answer. It also means that she was lying at the reunion when she said the camera did not show that Taylor was doing a lot for her to reassure her off screen and to do a lot for her. If that were the case, you would not be pointing out that Taylor is now stepping up because Jalen is there and you weren't sure if he's stepping up because he likes you genuinely now or because Jalen was there. So it is insane to me that you think we're dumb enough to agree that, oh my God, you only like me because you only saw that I am doing for him, and you didn't see that he was doing a lot for me behind the scene. He wasn't doing a lot for you. You said it. Ain't nobody got time. And I understand you wanted to preserve your dignity, but there's no dignity to preserve because while I am annoyed, the only part of this that is upsetting to me is that Olandria chose Taylor. That is it. Not even Taylor between Taylor and Jalen, that she chose Taylor at all at any point during the show. At any point, at any point during the show, Alandria should not have chosen Taylor. Ain't nobody should have chosen Taylor. Taylor should have been sent home. And also Shelly coming out here talking about, oh my God, I don't know who to choose between Ace and Austin. Shelly girl, we don't believe you. You said Ace was planning dates and putting in effort, and Austin was just there. I ain't mad at you for using Austin to secure your spot, but like, let's be for real. Let's be so for real. You don't care nothing about that man. You cared about him, but you didn't care about him. And also, I don't like the fact that Shelly liked Ace after Ace almost had her leave. Sorry, I paused because I was looking at something on the internet, and I don't know if because like people are like, oh my God, the black girls were treated better than everyone else, and I just remember Olandria and Shell sitting up looking pretty, while Huda is having the full blown ghetto crash out. That I don't know why that image is stuck out in my head. I'm not sure because Olandria has this thing where she's like very very cute, so very demure, and so they're sitting there, sitting up looking pretty while she crashes. I don't know why that's like stuck, like it's ingrained in my head. But anyway, Huda's so toxic. Huda is like on the date, right? Huda goes up and said, first, Huda calls Jeremiah out of his name multiple times. And you only get one time to call me out of my name. Point blank, period. And why did you call me the B word? I will never ask you. I will never ask you why you call me the B word. I just know that you will only get to talk to me once. Someone said Alandria didn't lie to him as the other islanders confirm what Alandria said. Yeah, they can confirm whatever they want. I'm using her words. She said the reason the only when she said that Taylor stepped up and she doesn't know if Taylor stepped up because of Jalen or because Taylor liked her. That meant Taylor was not stepping up previously. That's what that meant. So they can stand behind her all she wants, all they want. I'm using her own words. Her perception of Taylor then was that Taylor was not stepping up to the plate. And he only stepped up when Jalen showed up. And she was wondering if he stepped up because he wanted to or because of Jalen. So I'm using her words and her feelings. Oh, I was talking about Huda. So Huda called Iris. First of all, I would be in fear for my safety if I were on Love Island. If I was in the same house as Huda, I would just go ahead and assume that I'm in danger, point blank, period. It is what it is. That submissive queen is going to be a problem, and I'm not about to be in the same vicinity with her. So when Iris came to the house, and Iris and what's her name? Iris and Jeremiah went on a date, and Huda was like crashing out, and then go up and told the boys to get out because she needs to speak with Iris. I just go ahead and assume if I was Iris that I was about to be attacked, and it was going to be an absolutely not for me, right? But anyway, she asked, "Did he talk about me on your date?" Okay, there is no right answer to this. Yo, who ain't so toxic? There is no right answer. There is no right answer to this. There is zero right answer to this. So if you say no, answer no would not have been okay. Because no would mean he's a P-U, whatever, a B word, and for not mentioning her. If you say yes, he did mention you, she's gonna say, but I told him to not tell anyone about my business to these other FEEMIL MAILs, these females. He is a B word. Again, like there is no winning with Huda. That lady, Iris said, this is so insane. This new bombshell, Iris said, we sat on the beach and we spoke. Right? That's what Iris said happened between her and Jeremiah. Remember, they're on an island with beaches around them. They sit on the beach, on the dock a lot, right? They're always on the beach talking, right? Huda is gonna sit there, start crying, talking about he knows that's the date that I wanted. He knows that's the perfect date. That's the only date I wanted to sit on the beach. What? Yeah, sit on the beach. Yeah, 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 sit on the beach absolutely every day. And you know what's diabolical? That there were men who came in on the show after to talk about how much they want to be with Huda. So Huda, the black men were out here just fiending for Huda. Huda just jumping from black man to black man, girl. And I was like, oh, girl, period. If they like it, girl, either, like, period. Also, people are talking about backbiting and manipulation. That's the feminine sports. Y'all need to go talk to Ace. Y'all really do need to go talk to Ace. Because if you think backbiting and conniving and manipulating were for women, you have not met Ace. Ace and Nick are part of the plastics. What did Huda say? She said something that I noted in my brain. I'm going into my memory castle and I'm gonna go upstairs to one of the drawer that I put what Huda said in. Oh, Huda said, you are to Jeremiah, you are the reason I acted this way. End quote. Girl, what? Let me give you all one advice. I'm gonna give you one advice above all. If you ever find yourself ever in life find yourself saying someone else made you act in a certain way, you're a problem. Just know that if you ever sit there and say someone else made you act it a way, you are the problem. Ain't nobody making you act no way. If they're the plastic, who are the boy, the guy? I think it's who are the boys. But yeah, no, the boys are the plastics, girl. The men's are the plastic. The men's are the plastic. They are absolutely. Um. Oh my God, how is it 3 hours? No, no, come back. Adriana, I thought she would have had much more success in the house. I don't know how Adriana got relegated to a side character. I don't know how Adriana got relegated to a sidekick and not one of the main characters, but girl, ain't nobody got time. Anyway, she did not eat the way everyone thought she would, and sucks for her. Sucks for her. In any case, I think watching the contestants trying to, I'm gonna keep her up. Watching the contestants trying to figure out who America liked was sad. I think it was sad because they actually were trying to like get into their own heads to figure out why America voted the way America voted and blah blah blah. And the truth is, and the reason I was sad for them is like y'all running yourself into the ground trying to figure out why people voted the way they voted. They really didn't care. They were just being messy. That is it. America America did not care. This was escapism. They did not care. They were just being messy. And again, I want to know if they're contractually obligated on the show to say the word connection because everyone keeps saying, oh, this connection, that connection, 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 connection. And I feel like somewhere in their contract, I feel like it was no, she tried to go seduce Pepe. Yeah. Yeah, I remember her going to try to seduce Pepe, and Pepe was like, girl, I don't want you. I only date blonde white girls. Y'all remember that? Y- please tell me y'all remember when Pepe told her, I only date blonde white girls. Y'all drop a one if you remember that. Now, he didn't use those words. He did not. He did not use the word blonde or white at all. And he did not say he was only into blonde white girls. Those words never actually came from his mouth, but I mean, but he said it. He was like, girl, now you know I'm only here for Hannah and Iris. Can you be Hannah or Iris? No, then absolutely not. That's what Pepe told her. I felt bad for her because she really thought she was like Adriana was like, I have never been rejected. I got friend zone. Adriana whole storyline was that she got friend. They said blondes in distress. Yeah, he love him a blonde white girl in distress. He picked up Hannah with a quickness. Then he went and picked up Iris with a quickness. Apparently, he cheated on Iris, but they were never together, so it can never. It's not cheating. Huda also said, I just want him, Jeremiah, to see that someone sees my worth. And the way the framing of that statement was so weird, like, why don't you want him to just see your worth? Or why don't you want to just know your worth? Why do you want him to see that someone else sees your worth? It's let me just say, Huda needs real help. She really needs help because she's running on ego and broken heart. Huda running on ego and broken. Oh my god. Also, who that saying she got bullied in the house is annoying to me. Real annoying because like all the women continuously saved her. If Huda was bullied, it's by the men's. Because all the women were always behind Huda. They kept her secret. They voted her in. Like even the conversation with Huda and Jeremiah, the closure conversation, I thought was sweet. Oh, Austin twerking will forever be funny to me. Austin up there trying to twerk with Megan the Stallion is forever funny. I also like how Megan came in and gave Olandria her props. Like I don't know why. I don't know why that stuck out to me and I'm remembering it right now, but I did like when Megan the Stallion was like, yes, to Olandria. It was validating. I don't know. I liked it. I don't know why I'm talking so much, but I like that. I also find Ace to be trash for fiending for Adriana. Like Ace was there fiending for Adriana. I think that was the last straw for Ace. The woman he really wanted was Adriana. But but again, Adrian. So he wanted Huda. Huda chose Jeremiah. He wanted Adriana. Adriana chose Jeremiah. Look, I feel like if Jeremiah had stayed there, Shelley would have ultimately chosen. It is what it is. To be fair, I feel like Ace is the Timu version of Jeremiah in more ways than one, and I also think they have the same type. I think they have the same type. I think they have the same type. Well, I was I did not put this picture up, but I wanted to talk about Austin and Amaya, but I feel like I've beaten that dead horse and ain't nobody care. Like the fact that you won the show, the fact that Austin and Amaya, I mean, the fact that Amaya won the show with Brian or whoever the other scammer is, and no one cares about them is kind of insane. It is kind of insane. The only people we care about are these four right in front of us. Oh, the heart rate challenge. Yeah, I talked about that earlier. I actually really disliked. This is where Shelley lost the plot for me when Huda went and twerked on Ace, right, and did all that on Ace. I think that Shelley should have played it cool, right? But I understand why she didn't. Because no one, absolutely no one, could touch Jeremiah without Huda crashing out, right? So the fact that you expected everyone to respect your situation and you did not want to respect Shelly is wild. So actually, fine. Actually, would have fine. Shelly is right to have crashed out, and I think that was right wrong. And when she was called out on it on the reunion, she never really took accountability for it. And that for me is annoying. It's very annoying because one of the things that she kept doing is like, oh, I love you and I would not have mind and I brought Chris back for us and blah, blah, blah. I don't care none of that, but nothing about none of that. Shelley specifically said, you would not like that if it was done with Jeremiah. She never said anything about Chris. And the fact that you pivot back to Chris instead of answering the question about how you treated Jeremiah and how you were possessive and did not want anyone to touch, yeah, actually, Shelly crashed out. You should have crashed out more, actually. You should have crashed out more. And Ace, All the people like, oh, when you're uncomfortable, you try to play along, and we should give men the same grace. I actually agree generally. Ace is not one of them. Ace was fully into it. At no point is the Ace is not the type of person to just go along to get along. The fact that there are women online making up excuses talking about he was uncomfortable, Ace was not uncomfortable. There was no discomfort with Ace. None. Out of pocket. And then what's his name? The Zach with a K talking about some, oh, Amaya kissed me and that was uncomfortable. Go shut up. Here, and I hate people like this. The reason you chose Amaya was that she gave you affection and kissed you. You literally chose her over Olandria because Olandria did not want to be physical with you. And then you want to gang up on Amaya and talk about how, oh, she kissed me and I felt it was in. No, no, you chose her after. You literally said, she and you vibed and you liked the vibes and then you chose her. So because you saw everyone piling onto her, you want to pile. No, absolutely not. And then you want to apologize and befriend her when you realize she's the number one. Absolutely not. I did not like that. I will forever dislike Jackie. I don't like people who lie and just just want to be a part of the crowd. I did like when Huda went up to Jeremiah after Jeremiah was tricked and sent home by the men's. Poor Jeremiah. Jeremiah got played. Jeremiah got played. I know he has a ton of hate and resentment for those men. Like I would hate them too. And then Austin sitting up talking about I shouldn't doubt myself because they didn't send me home. They sent Jeremiah home instead of me, which meant that I have something to offer and I shouldn't doubt myself. Because that is peak comedy. That is, sir, you are safe. You are not competition. The guys keep you because they can toss you at any minute. No one, they don't see you as someone that can win. That's why you are there. You should doubt yourself, unfortunately. I mean, it is what it is, unfortunately. Oh, yes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then told Amaya not to tell anyone, and then went out and told people about it. Oh, that will piss me off. Do not spread my business after you tell me not to talk about it. Absolutely not. Pissed me off. Nick is out here exploring his options. When they separated, the boys and the girl, and Ciara and Nick were locked in, zipping it and doing it. They went their separate ways, and Nick over here talking about he's trying to. They're like, "Are you close?" But no one, nobody at all. Nick, I'm just trying to explore new connections. Like Nick is always open to exploring new connection. Now again, I heard Nick doing interviews. I was watching all their interviews, and Nick said, "Oh, theme is often self-affirmation and realization of self-worth is actual delusional." Wait, wait. But no. Let me tell you why I like Austin. I mean, I like Austin would stand up for Alandria at every turn, every single time. Every time there was a vote, Austin was behind Alandria. Austin loved him some Alandria as friends. And I don't know. I find something very wholesome about Olandria's and Austin's friendship. It is understated. It's very muted. It's not something that like anyone really pointed out. But they were so cool. They were so cool with each other. And he stood up, regardless of what was happening, he was defending Olandra. He was behind Olandra. So, uh, look, Austin might be a pros. Austin might be out here zipping it and doing it, but I don't dislike Austin. I don't dislike Austin. It's very hard to dislike someone who can't fully form. Austin was like, yeah, I was out there with a shaman doing all kind of drugs, and I was like, girl, we can tell. we, we can tell. Um yeah, oh, I was saying Ace, not Ace, but Nick. Nick had this huge open situation going on his lip. there was this there was this there was this open situation going on Nick's lip, and he was still kissing people. And I'm gonna assume that that was like um he broke like some he did fall or whatever he said, he burst his lip or whatever, because I do find that the production team, the company, you are liable. You can't be out there having people with her with like whatever Nick had kissing people while it's like fully active, right? So I'm gonna assume Nick is telling the truth and it wasn't like herpes. Like I'm gonna assume that it wasn't herpes. I'm just gonna assume that. And that his lips were busted. Someone is like, they all confirm, they all confirm. Look, y'all can see an open situation on someone's lip period. I'm gonna Google something because y'all like, oh my god, he doesn't have anything. Let me Google something. I ain't gonna read that out loud. I ain't gonna read that out loud. Sure. Yeah, and yeah, that's also true. Even if it is an open wound, even if it's an open wound on his lip, why do you feel comfortable kissing an open wound? Like I'm all right, girl. Also, a general thing that I wanted to talk about the game. The moment where the men were in one house and the women went to a different villa or whatever, that introduction to the game highlights one thing and one thing only. These this is not about love. This is not about finding love. Because if you actually had a connection with someone and you cared about that person, it meant you would have gone home. That's what it meant. As soon as you guys switch, for you to stay in the game, you are going to have to trick someone into thinking that you like them. Katha Moore, thank you. You have to trick someone into thinking you like them and fake a connection in order to stay so that you're not the person who leaves. And Olandria was not willing to do that, or at least could not do that, right? And so it brings up a kind of ethical question in my mind, in that this is not about like peering people, finding the best peer of people. It is about drama. It is. Like, if you actually cared about someone, you should find it very difficult to then go to another house and be slobbing someone else down. Like, that don't make no sense. Because the fact is, you're going to go home if you can't find a connection in time for you to be saved. So the fact that you're going to go home if you stuck to your connection and not try to engage in a way to get a new connection meant that this ain't about love, it's about causing problems. Someone said that's not true. Yeah, everyone was coming back. They did not know that. They did not know that, right? So the way you are operating is that you now have to fake a relationship or create a connection fast enough for them to come back together, for them to pick you. You either have to lie to the person in Castle Moore or your current partner. Someone is being lied to and tricked into. Actually, I did like the way that Ciara did it, where she pointed out, "Hey, I'm into you too, but I'm also into." You have to pretend to be into them. Girl, Nick wanted to explore. Nick wanted to explore. So I don't like that the Casa Amor twist. I know it's a thing they did every season. But yeah. For me, the switch means that if you're a cheater, if you're willing to explore and fake connection, if you're willing to zip it and zoo it and promise everyone connection, it means that you stay in longer. For someone like Olandria, who was unwilling to fake a connection and flop down Zach K, it was very difficult for her to stay because she has, I don't know, values and morals. And she was not about to sit there and compete for this man. She is Olandria was sitting there thinking, oh, I have my love waiting for me. No, no, no. I'm not talking about any other season. I'm talking about this in isolation. This season, they wanted to treat the cast of people as actual people instead of throwaway. Nah, there should have been tests. Alandria called Clark a test, and they should have just been a test and sent home. Ain't nobody got time for you all to be sticking around. Like, why the cast of people sticking around? They should not be sticking around. Come, do what you need to do, and get out. Yeah, like, ain't nobody got time. It has been 3 hours. I cannot go to 4 hours. I have a lot more to say, but I'm gonna end it closely here. And I'll drop the link. For anyone who disagrees with me, I'm gonna drop the link. It's fine. Here, let me drop the link. But let me say this before I say that. I think that Alandria and Nick were dead wrong for kissing, and you're not about to change my mind on that. I think they were dead wrong for kissing, but I'm glad they did. And I'm actually glad they ended up together. I do like them online. I like even if he's not, I don't know if he's like the best person behind the scenes. I don't know him. But what we do have access to is someone who is trying at least to treat this woman well and show up for her and has not been, I watched Nick Cannon dust himself asking some of the most degenerate questions, talking about I'm gonna invite you to ugh. I'm not gonna talk about none of them interview. Just useless. Anywho, I do like their brands. I do. I do like Olandria and Nick's brand. I think they are very good as a brand together. I think Shelly and Ace doing the whole black love thing would have been cute if Ace knew how to sit in his seat and eat his food and not have to be the center of attention. I Ace looked like he jumped out of a boy band from the early 2000 boy B2K to be precise. He looked like one of the members. Those are not my words. Someone else said that online. I think it was Jesse Wu, not sure. But I I I I find him and this all to be very annoying. And so Olandria and Nick, their brand, I like it together. Do you think Nick was a better choice? Yes, Chris. Yes, Chris. I think Chris and Olandria, no, Chris and Shelly would have been a beautiful couple. I think so. I think Shelly and Chris would have looked real good together. And I'm not talking about them as individual falling in love because I don't know them. I listened to Ace's diss track and I couldn't. Did Shelly choose Dust Bucket Ace over her friendship with Alandria? I don't know. I am deeply problematic. I am deeply let's say this. I don't take his words and say they are hers. I take her silence on the matter as an issue. And as a couple, as a brand, publicly, it is very hard to detangle that which he's saying from your brand together without you explicitly rejecting it, right? And I'm not saying break up, though I kind of wish you would. I'm not saying break up. I am saying that you need to distance yourself from what he said. And anyone who interviews her next needs to ask her about it specifically. They do. Because in his moment of weakness, I actually think it was calculated, but it was a miscalculation on his part. In his attempt to throw dirt on someone else's relationship, he inadvertently made himself or exposed himself. Yeah, I heard him talk about, oh, this is gonna be my wife. How you know that when you didn't even ask her to be your girlfriend and y'all not in a relationship yet? Yeah, I find it problematic. I do. All right. Thank you all so much. I wanted to be done before the 3 hour mark, and we are literally almost at the 4 hour mark. So I appreciate you all. I'm going to go into the after show and talk some. We're going to chit chat for a bit. I didn't want to put this up when I'm putting it at the back. I have a lot more to say about the after show and things that happen, but I can't talk about this for 4 hours. I can't. I want to, but I'm gonna probably do that in the Discord. I'm probably gonna go do that in the Discord. But I have some some housekeeping matters to attend to after. So let's get into it. Yep. And if you have something to say, you can hit the link. So, how can I join? You join the Discord? All right. If there are people who want to join the Discord and you're at the Discord level, I will repost the Discord link thing for you to come in. I will also make a separate, actually, let me do it now because I keep saying I will do. This, we're in the house cleaning matters, so let's do it now. Right? We good? Oh my God. I I Show Speed is live. I don't know why this is popping up because I have never watched a live stream from someone named I Show Speed. I know Speed. Oh, it's the same one. It's Speed. Anyway, but he's popped up on my thing, and there's a lot of sports on my. Why is there a lot of sports on? Okay, girl. I don't know who do you think this is, but absolutely not. Please comment here if you would like to be a part of the Discord. All right. So, right after the stream, don't do it now. But if you would like to be a part of the Discord and you are not at the membership level, let me know and I will figure out a way to add you. We might be going back and forth for you to tell me your Discord name to add me and all of that. But if you want to be a part of the Discord, and you cannot be at the Discord members level, let me know in this comment, and I will figure it out for the people that I know your name, know you around, seen you around. I'll just add you to the Discord, and then next month we'll figure it out. This is my sponsorship, and for the people at the Discord level, just go into the community tab at the members for the members, and you will be able to find the instruction. I added a bunch of people last week. All right, cool. Now that that's out of the way, I I was talking to someone in my family, and there was this like anxiety that I used to have about coming live. I no longer have anxiety about being live. The reason I had anxiety is like, oh my God, I need to entertain, I need to provide information, blah, 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 all of that. And I no longer feel the need to because they were like, why do you do this? And we were talking about why. And I do think it is important that I tell you guys this. Well, not the why, but that I am not in some kind of rat race with like people on YouTube or whatever. I just actually really like doing this. And I very rarely say things that I retract ever. That's one thing. The second part is I actually don't mind people being upset and leaving and coming back. We've talked about this a lot. I do like the fact that we do have a community on here and we engage on here. And after traveling with my family, another story in and of itself. I hate being the youngest while also like having to be the person with my brain turned on. When I go home and I shut my brain off. My dad comes into my room, well, now his office, and he's like, hey, what do you want? Do you need something to eat? Do you want us to go do something? Blah, 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 right? My mom comes in, bothers me a minute, but then asks me what I want. My brother does the same thing. His fiance does the same thing. I'm used to being home, not doing anything, right? So when I'm having to plan a trip, create a kind of agenda for us, keep us on track, figure out how to get from point A to point B in the Japanese like train system. I was so exhausted. Loved the trip, amazing trip, loved everything. I didn't realize how much work went into like organizing everything and being the organizer. So it will never happen again. It will never happen. It will never happen again. It will never happen again. Love them down. Absolutely adore absolutely adore them. I'm just gonna show up next time. I'm just gonna show up. When I said my brain did not take a second to turn off, I was wondering if people are having fun, figuring out all the reservation, figuring out how to get to like I did not shut off my brain at all. And I really started missing YouTube, which is why I started talking to my mom and my family about being on YouTube. And something that they said is that when things all sort of fall apart, as it inevitably will, because life, no, in life, things aren't always good. Like financially, something might happen, emotionally, something might happen, in terms of your friendship. There might be something. It's never just an upward trajectory. There's some issues and drawbacks. And as we're talking about it, I realize that I am on here because of community in like the truest way possible. I don't need YouTube for money. I don't need YouTube for friends. I don't need YouTube for anything, but I want YouTube for the kind of community that we're fostering because I wanted to be plugged into the conversations and I wanted to, instead of hiding behind my comments, I wanted to put my face to what it is, my opinions, and see who has my opinions and engage with my own opinions and challenge myself and challenge people and push people hopefully to think critically. But I didn't really think beyond to, okay, if you have more than 5 people on, what does that mean? And for me, it meant that I needed to take care of people. If you had a channel, I was like, oh, promote, 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 whatever. Cause like I'm not in competition with you. If you want help growing your channel and I like your channel, I'll shout you out, whatever. I don't care. And I've never been stingy with that. I don't think I will ever be stingy. It is what it is. I don't care. Um, but I'm growing very protective of like the platform. Um, and I kind of locked down myself, and I was always in the Discord, and I felt like I kind of was giving myself in a way where I think some people appreciate it, some people didn't appreciate it, whatever, it doesn't matter. But what I am trying to say is that I am doing this because I enjoy it. And I don't want to not enjoy it. And so I'm trying to make sure that I create a body of work when it comes to my channel, my live streams, my videos that I truly respect, truly care about, and I think I did that. When they go back into the Themis and Thought archive after I've been long past and grow hopefully at 90 something years old, that people look back and think, oh, he really tried to do something good. I don't know what that thing is for a lot of people, but even if people said I failed at it, that I really tried to do something good on here. And with that, I also have to be honest continuously, but also provide valuable content. And so there are a bunch of videos on my channel. They're not bad. I'm not taking anything back. I will let you know which ones they are after I've selected them that I don't think had enough work put into them. I might redo them. I'm going to prive members only a bunch of my videos and live stream, like a bunch of them. Or go watch them now if you want, but a bunch of them will be privated. Because I do want to continue providing quality content and I want to have fun while I do it, but I want it to also be meaningful. At the beginning of the what do you call this thing? At the beginning of the live stream, I talked about a book that I read. Hopefully you guys saw it. Let me try to pull this up back again. I talked about a book that I read, and I think hopefully it doesn't pass us. Sorry, I'm going back to try to find that slide here. This book that I read in uni that kept popping up in the last 2 weeks um, is about lulling yourself into a false sense of complacency because you have, instead of having the meaningful conversation, having the meaningful kinds of engagement, we are able to distract ourselves from ever really thinking, because thinking is hard, being active is hard, being passive is easy, having other people do your thinking for you is easy, but it also enslaves you, I think. And it dulls your mind in a way that I don't think is right. And so I've been trying, specifically with my videos, I've been very thoughtful in, if you watch the last 8 videos of mine, you will see a very drastic difference in those videos versus some of the older videos I did, because I'm actually trying to provide meaningful content that allows you to think. Please, please, please engage with them, not because you agree with me, but specifically if you disagree with me. Um, on my last video, Abba and Preach commented on that video. Oh, thank you. Yes. I really like the media literacy video about Abba and Preach. I appreciate that. And they commented on it. And I was very surprised that they commented on it, because I was expecting Abba and Preach to call me all kinds of homosexual, fruitcake, and whatever. I didn't expect them to comment publicly or engage with it publicly at all. But I expected them to be more disrespectful, because I've come to really expect that online, and they did not. And I'm not saying, yeah, now I get to correct people, but I do think there is a responsibility for us, you all, to correct me, and for me to correct you all, and for people to, like, there should be an ecosystem of correction happening, particularly around content and misinformation. Like, when we're having fun, but there is supposed to be a general theme about engaging meaningfully. So I'm just talking to now, but I hope I get across the point: one, that I do like what I'm doing; two, I will continue to do what I'm doing; three, that I will be more critical and thoughtful in that which I provide in terms of both entertainment and education; four, there's a lot; four, that I will be cleaning up my channel. I will. I will be cleaning up my channel. I think I have a responsibility to y'all to do that. So that's that on that. And no, by the way, someone said it and I just wanted to wait for a second. I don't think what I do is low bro or high bro or any bro. I just like it. I've not came on here to talk about things I didn't like. I like it. And I even like Love Island. I enjoyed watching it. As terrible as people think that is. So cool. Cool. All right. Well, I appreciate you all. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. We're at the 4 hour mark and I just got back. I wanted to do a live tomorrow, but it's on something Jubilee did. So if I can record my video in time and send it off to be edited, because I'm not editing it, I will come live tomorrow before my date. I will come live tomorrow and we will discuss one of the Jubilee video for members only. And I've said a lot of videos are members only and then not members them, because people have been saying, please don't make this members only. I don't want this. I don't want that. I can't do this or I can't do that. And so I started feeling bad. I started feeling bad when a video is supposed to be members only and then people want to watch it and I don't know what to do. So, all right. Cheek Mystic, thank you so much for becoming a member. And you all have a wonderful night. I'm going to go order food and get my protein up. I am back and I'm excited to be with you all. I might go into the Discord for a second while I order food. Bye. I also adore this feature right here where you can now put the comments on screen. Because one of the things that I do, I don't rewatch my video for me. I rewatch it for the comments. So, period. All right. Bye.